is an honor to be here today for this blessing. But first, I would like to pay tribute to Calvin Murray Sinclair and give a brief history on him. He was a politician, Indigenous lawyer, and Manitoba's first Indigenous judge, appointed Associate Chief Judge of the Provincial Court of Manitoba. He acted as legal counsel for Manitoba Human Rights Commission, a Canadian senator, and much, much more. The list goes on. He was appointed chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, or TRC, which investigated abuse of Indigenous children in Canadian residential schools. The TRC's final report, released in 2015, included 94 calls to action, which are for this beautiful day and all your creations. Help us all to walk with great love and respect with all living things, great and small, on Mother Earth. Creator, I ask you to be in the midst and bless this 4th Youth Nuclear Peace Summit. As young people gather to learn about and take action on nuclear disarmament, grant them humility, honesty, respect, and wisdom. May they create paths to dialogue, understanding, and reconciliation in hopes of disarmament of nuclear weapons. I pray the lessons, experiences, and connections made here will have a lasting impact, inspiring the students to live in this world, sharing peace, hope, and grace with all. Gitchimanitu, deepen our gratitude for all you have made and awaken in us a renewed commitment to care for Mother Earth and each other. Leave no place for making or owning weapons of mass destruction. Help us call our leaders to accountability and remind them that more weapons in war do not bring peace. Continue to guide and protect us and make us a peaceful people in a peaceful world. In Creator I pray, Ekose.
Morning. My name's Graham Lowe's, and I'm the manager of education here at the museum. I was thinking about, as I ride here every day, winter and summer, and I have the pleasure of riding along the river to the Forks, this meeting place where we are right now. I'm a bit of a geography nerd, so John, just so you know, and I was just thinking about the water and how this has been a meeting place of 2 rivers, and the watersheds that it connects these 2 rivers. Not only does the Red and the Assiniboine meet, which connect us all the way up north in Manitoba, where we get a lot of our hydroelectricity from, but it also crosses the Mississippi headwaters, which connects us all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. And the Assiniboine River, which runs west to east, connects us to the Rocky Mountains out west and through the watersheds, and how this has been such an important meeting place here on Turtle Island for since time immemorial, where Indigenous folks came to meet, to discuss, to make treaties, and to celebrate and to have dialogue. And that's what we're here today to do, is to have that dialogue. And you students have come here from across Manitoba and across the world to talk about really important issues and issues that matter. And that's why we're so excited to have you and to host you here again this year. In our galleries, you'll find our responsibility here is to continue to tell those stories and to tell stories. And a lot of their stories are difficult stories of violations that have happened and human rights violations that happened. And in each of those stories, there's a common thread, and that thread is the idea of othering. When rights are violated, we see this idea of othering. We talk about othering as the idea of recognizing a difference between people and then saying that person, because of that difference, is less than. And when you act on that, treating that person as less than, you start to see human rights violations happen on a small scale, but you also see them go all the way up to things like genocide, nuclear war, and those types of things. But within each of those pieces, we also tell the stories of upstanders. We define upstanders as people who recognize injustice that are happening around the world, recognize their own personal strengths, and then use those strengths to create change. And that's what you are here to do today, is to say we see an injustice that's happening in this place, and we see that we're going to use our strengths and our abilities to research and to tell stories and to present, to create change. And that change, you don't really know the effects of that. Last night we talked to, we had celebrated our gala here, and there was a girl named Marisha Rucker. She, in 2013, is from South Georgia, had a segregated prom in her town, 2013, not that long ago, and said, I can't stand this injustice, and decided to make one small change and get her friends together and start an integrated prom, so that they could all gather as humans, as just who they are, and just ignore those differences and recognize the humanity in each of them. And that's what we're about today, and that's what we're here to do today. And so we're excited to have you here for the 4th time, and we're just so glad that this is a place for that. I'll say one last thing to the presenters today. The first time that I was invited up onto this stage in this room, I climbed the stairs and I knocked something off the podium, bent over, and split my pants. And so every time I get on this stage now, if I come up and my clothes remain intact, which they have today, I consider that a win. And so presenters, let that be the bar for you today. If your clothes remain intact and you don't rip your pants, then you're doing great. So I look forward to seeing some of your presentations today. And thanks again for joining us here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Togg. I'm what's called the District Governor for Rotary International in this region. For those of you who don't know, Rotary International is a global service organization that provides community service both locally, nationally, and around the globe. One of our pillars is peace and disarmament. So happy that you're here. As you were told, this is the perfect place for this type of summit. This museum is our national keeper of our human rights stories. It's where two rivers meet, and traditionally, folks came together to meet and grow and develop their communities. So that's exactly what you're doing here. So on behalf of the 1,100 Rotarians in this region and the other people that work with me, welcome. I'll be here hit and miss throughout the 2 days, but I'm looking forward to seeing some of the presentations and learning from you as well. Thanks.
And thank you to those who have started us off in such a good way already. It's my pleasure to be here at the 4th Annual Youth Nuclear Peace Summit on behalf of our Manitoba NDP government, our Honourable Premier Wab Kinew, as well as Manitoba's first ever Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Minister Schmidt. And so I would like to start by thanking the co-chairs and the grassroots organizers, as well as the dedicated volunteers and the youth who are leading this event here today, as well as Elder Amanda for starting us off in a good way. There's no way that we could possibly talk about the environment, what the environment needs, and environmental advocacy without recognizing the original custodians of this land, those who have been taking care of our land and our water for time immemorial. And so I think it's really important that we base ourselves in the fact that we are here on Treaty 1 territory and on the homeland of Métis Nation, of the Métis Red River Métis Nation, throughout all of the great work that we do here today. And I would also sincerely like to thank Elder Amanda for acknowledging the late Chief Justice, Senator Murray Sinclair. In his words, education is what got us into this mess, and so education is what will get us out of it. And, he also said you have to love the people, no matter whether or not they love you. And I think those are lessons that we ought to embody in our time here together today. And again, I would really love to take the time to, on behalf of our NDP government, appreciate your commitment to fostering education on the broad impacts of nuclear weapons, the broad impacts on humanity, environment, and Indigenous communities. The educational awareness is critical to inspiring youth to take action and to work towards a peaceful future. I'm also incredibly grateful on behalf of our government to the many partners who have supported this work today. Thank you for empowering young people to lead the way and to take charge of the issues that we're faced with. Just earlier this Tuesday, actually, I introduced a resolution that called upon our entire Manitoba legislature to urge Ottawa to prioritize the Youth Climate Corps. And in those remarks, I, really emphasized how no matter what generational problems, generational crises our communities found ourselves in, we really relied on youth to get ourselves out of them. We fought our wars, we fielded our pandemics, and now, clearly demonstrated by this room today, we are ready to take on the climate crisis and to fight for global peace. Over a year ago, I became the youngest woman ever elected in Manitoba at 23. And this close to November 11th, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and the veterans who, fought these godforsaken wars in our history, and acknowledge the freedoms that we have today because of peacekeeping efforts abroad. Now, the reason I bring up that I am here as a young person and so inspired by the work that each of you are doing today is because young people truly understand the need for widespread peace. All we have known in our entire lifetime has been deforestation, has been the pillaging of our lands, and war and pandemic, and an endless list of catastrophes that we've had to navigate as a generation. And because of that, we have the opportunity to be not only leaders of tomorrow, but leaders of today in ensuring that we fight our way out of a lot of these broad spread issues. I get told all the time, you're here to learn, and you're here to make the most of the opportunities that are in front of you. But I'm inspired by this room today because you're not just here to learn, you're here to teach. And you're here to ensure that your voices and your real feelings on the climate crisis and on widespread peace are taken seriously. And so to that, I also want to take an opportunity not just to applaud the young people that are here, but the educators who are empowering them. So if you don't mind putting your hands together for your educators and for your fellow organizers. So in Manitoba, we recognize that we are uniquely positioned to be real leaders in nuclear peace. We are fortunate enough to have one of the cleanest energy grids in all of Canada, with over 99% of our electricity generated from renewable sources. Manitoba has been making local efforts to support nuclear disarmament, and I know that on the international and the national scale, our cabinet team is working hard to represent you. These efforts underscore our commitment to advancing the campaign for nuclear peace. And like I said earlier, young people are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but you are the leaders of today. And so if there's anything that I can impart and, urge upon the adults in the room, when it comes to empowering young people, please let your colleagues know that that work includes believing young people, taking their word with merit. And the work that you are doing is sacred, and I appreciate and sincerely lift you up for devoting your careers to lifting up young people and ensuring that we have the tools that we need to help us navigate out of a lot of these challenges. Because the big things like changing the way that our nations interact with one another can't be done alone. Those big things have to be done together, and that's the work that you're doing today. And so I'm sincerely looking forward to your innovative ideas that you'll gather throughout this event, and really looking forward to the ripple effects that it'll cause in our communities moving forward. Thank you so much for welcoming me here today.
Thank you so much, Dylan. That was really inspiring, and it's really nice to hear our efforts be highlighted that way. So now we are going to be introducing our first keynote speaker, Masako Toki. I will speak a little bit about her as she comes up to the stage. Masako Toki is a senior project manager and research associate at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies at the Middlebury Institute in Monterey, California. She's passionate about disarmament and non-proliferation education for young generations. She coordinates the Critical Issues Forum to promote disarmament and non-proliferation education to high school students and teachers in the US, Japan, other countries, and the Summer Undergraduate Non-Proliferation Fellowship Program. Her research interests includes Japan's nuclear disarmament policy, non-proliferation and disarmament education, humanitarian initiative, and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Her articles have been published on several online and print media outlets, both in English and Japanese. She's also a member of the Japan Association of Disarmament Studies and the U.S.-Japan Leadership Program. She has participated in a number of nuclear disarmament conferences in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, other places, and the NPT review conferences and preparatory committee sessions since the year 2000 as one of SNS's representatives. Let's introduce Masako Toki. She makes her way up here.
I am so happy to be back to Winnipeg Youth Summit, and I was here in 2019, and I must tell you that that was one of the most inspiring youth conferences. Here, I work in Monterey, California. Have you ever been to California? Some of it? Great. So I'm as a MC kindly introduced me. I'm originally from Japan. And when I was a high school student, that's the first time I visited Nagasaki, and I visited Atomic Bomb Museum, and that had a really big impact. And for many, many years, I wasn't sure what I can do for world peace, but through my school's studies and many, many other experiences, I finally decided to dedicate my life for the world peace. And I came to the United States, Monterey, California, to study international policy with an emphasis on nuclear disarmament. And I'm really convinced the most important thing is young people, educating, empowering, engaging young people like you. So I just feel so honored to be here. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Okay, so so today my topic is global efforts in nuclear disarmament and the role of civil society. And I really wanted to focus on how important young people's role are to make a world a better place. And I also work for education program at our center. So, but education is to some extent most underutilized tool to make a world a better place. So this is another good reminder that we need to have this kind of opportunity more often. So so could you please, so this is a brief outline. So quick overview, and I really want to talk about some catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the use of nuclear weapons. As someone from Japan, I always feel it is my duty to talk about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and then Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And I know some of you are presenting TPNW, so I'm not going to go into the detail, but just a very brief overview, and the role of civil society and education. Okay, so, but before I go there, this is our center's, could you go to, so I work at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies that belongs to Middlebury Institute of International Studies. So our institute has our center has many different non-proliferation education programs, and we also have an office in Washington, D.C. and Vienna, Austria. And next slide, please. So, but one of the most important programs, in my opinion, is my project focusing on young people, the youth education. So I do some program and also critical issues forum. And I am also very happy to see some of the critical issues forum participants who joined this conference. Okay, so next slide. So I don't think I need to ask this question, but do you know who received the Nobel Peace Prize this year? Who knows this? Oh, kind of good surprise. Some people don't know. Okay, so who received it? Jean? Yeah, Hidankyo. Thank you so much. So next piece. So Japanese grassroots movement of atomic bombing survivors received a Nobel Peace Prize. So Nobel Peace Prize is a kind of a big deal, right? So when you look back the history of the Nobel Peace Prize, people like Martin Luther King, Gandhi, those people received the Peace Prize. So this year, the group of atomic bombing survivors and supporters. So, and when you look at this picture, what do you think? They are old. Because when was the atomic bomb was dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Do you know that? When was it? Some people, you know. Okay, so it was in 1945, August 6 in Nagasaki. Hiroshima, and then 3 days later to Nagasaki. So the 80 years ago, and the average age of atomic bombing survivors is now 85 years old. So as a human, we all die, of course. So the most important thing is to make a world free of nuclear weapons, young people like you to inherit the spirit of a atomic bombing survivor, to work for a world free of nuclear weapons. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read everything, but here I really wanted to emphasize the why Nihon Hidankyo, no? Nihon is Japan, Hidankyo is a group of atomic bombing survivors. Why they received the Nobel Peace Prize? Because they dedicate their life to convey the horrible nature of nuclear weapons. A lot of people are talking about nuclear issues, some politicians or experts, but if you really don't know the actual impact of the use of nuclear weapons, it's very difficult to really understand why it is so important. So you might have heard the word nuclear taboo. So nuclear taboo became norm. Nuclear weapons should never be used again. However, what is going on right now? You know, especially after Russian invasion into Ukraine, so some, politicians are talking about use of possibility of use of nuclear weapons. So nuclear taboo is now at danger. But maybe you may not feel like that, but we really need to keep this nuclear taboo. And this world free of nuclear weapon is a task for young people to inherit. So, next slide, please. So why young people? Of course, young people are very creative and with lots of energies. And also, more than 42% of the world population is under 25 years old. And this is the largest generation of young people in history. So this means young people are not just the future leader. Of course, you are important for the future, but young people are important right here, right now. So we need young people like you more. Okay, so next slide, please. So I always like to do just a quick quiz. So I know you studied nuclear weapons, but I just wanted to test it. Don't worry, this is not going to affect your grade. So how many nuclear weapons are there in the world today? So could you please click? First option, 1,500, 74,000, 13,000, 850. You think the A is correct? How about B? How about C? How about D? Okay, I'm so happy you already studied. Answer is C. But more than approximately 13,000 nuclear weapons exist. Why do we have so many? Nuclear weapons. So the next. So how many countries have a nuclear weapons? Could you show? Do you think answer is A? Answer is B? Answer is C? Answer is D. Okay, so I'm glad that you also studied. So answer is 9. And next slide, please. So these are the map of countries who have nuclear weapons. So looks like you already did all the homework. So could you go to the next slide? But almost 80 years after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we still live in a very dangerous situation. And we need to keep thinking why. And at this moment, the threat of the use of nuclear weapon is the highest since the end of the Cold War. Yes. Then I think you also studied Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. This is one of the most important international treaty. And as you see, this picture, there's the United States, Russia, United Kingdom, UK, France. They said, do as we say, not as we do. This is a current world situation, to say very simple. So, for example, if your teacher was, for example, high school students are not supposed to smoke, at least, in many countries. And, but if your teachers were smoking legally, it's illegal. And don't smoke in front of your students while teachers is smoking. It's not so convincing, right? But that's what is happening right now. So these 5 countries are legally possess nuclear weapons. They are legitimately possessing nuclear weapons under the NPT. Could you go to? But, so NPT is a very interesting treaty. So this treaty divided the world into 2 categories, haves and have-nots. And but this has most of the world countries belong to this nuclear non-proliferation treaty. However, and this has a very important role: stop the spread of nuclear weapons, make peaceful nuclear technology available, and nuclear disarmament. However, there is a very, very serious problem in this treaty, although it's important. Could go to the next slide. So there is no timetable. We all need to work for a world free of nuclear weapons. But if you don't have any deadline, who is going to, follow that rule? Especially if you have a homework, and if your teacher said, you can do as whenever you want to, would you submit your homework? Maybe you will, but this NPT doesn't have any timetable or any specific benchmarks. But under this treaty, there is a very important article. So since this is very important, let me just read it. Each of the parties to the treaty undertakes to pursue negotiations in good faith on effective measures relating to cessation of the nuclear arms race at an early date and to nuclear disarmament, and on a treaty on general and complete disarmament under strict and effective international control. So this Article 6 is specifically talking about obligation of all the member states. They have to work on nuclear disarmament. But the reality is, slightly different. But in the history of nuclear non-proliferation treaty, in 2010, there was a very important development. For the first time in the NPT, the review conference, which happened every 5 years, this important language was included in the final document. The conference expresses its deep concern at the catastrophic humanitarian consequences at any use of nuclear weapons, and reaffirm the need for all states at all times to comply with applicable international law, including international humanitarian law. So this catastrophic humanitarian consequences. So since I have listened to atomic bombing survivors many times, and also I visited Hiroshima, Nagasaki, this catastrophic humanitarian consequence is, to some extent, it's common sense, but for the first time in 2010 NPT review conference included this language. So go next slide. So this really reconfirmed the world really needs to understand what really happens if nuclear weapons were used. And I just wanted to warn you, there are some very graphic photos, but this is what really happens. So when you hear Hiroshima, Nagasaki, when you hear the nuclear disarmament, perhaps the first image that comes to your mind is a mushroom cloud, right? I'm pretty sure that you have seen this mushroom cloud. But the real impact of the use of nuclear weapons is under the mushroom cloud. You really need to understand what really happened under the mushroom cloud. Next slide. And these are the facts, but just one single bomb on August 6th killed more than 140,000 by the end of that year. So this is just really, game changer. In Japan, most of the major cities were received air raid conventional weapons, and in fact, many people died. But they used so many bombs. But just one single bomb killed this amount of people. Then only 3 days later, 74,000 people died in Nagasaki. Next slide. And here I just wanted to show just a very brief clip of Ms. Keiko Ogura. She's from Hiroshima. And I'm happy to share my slides. So if you are interested in, please watch this video entirely.
See there. Okay. My name is Keiko Ogura, and I was born in 1937, August the 4th. That means I was exposed to the bomb when I was 80 years old. Okay, let's start. This is 2 months after the bomb. Hiroshima City was like this. This film was made from the hypocenter. You can see Hiroshima City started from west area of the city, and the camera moves to the south area.
Could you
now
stop?
You can see white area. We are.
So this is about 1 hour video, so we don't have a time, but you can find this video. So this Ms. Keiko Ogura, next slide, please. Last year, the G7 summit was held in Hiroshima. So all the G7 leaders visited Atomic Bomb Museum, and Ms. Keiko Ogura shared her experience with the G7 leaders. So the content was not published because it's government thought it was sensitive, but she really thought, the G7 leaders understood what she said. I don't know, but what I really wanted to emphasize is it's so important to listen to atomic bombing survivors, and it's getting more and more difficult to listen to directly. And eventually, everybody is going to die, and we will no longer listen to them directly. But thanks to the technology, there are so many amazing educational resources. So I really want to encourage you to listen to the atomic bombing survivors. Next slide, please. And many victims were children. So just, it's so important to use your imagination and your empathy. Just to imagine what happened to those small children who was playing that tricycle. He was 3 years old. And as you see, the many, small children's, school children's uniform, and lunch boxes, and those siblings. It's so painful, but this is a reality of the use of nuclear weapons. It's not just numbers. Next slide, please. And also, they drew these pictures. Atomic bombing survivors drew these pictures many, many years later. And please imagine how they felt when they were drawing based on their most painful memories. Next slide. And empathy. This is Ms. Susan Southard. She wrote this book, Nagasaki, Life After Nuclear War. In fact, she came to Montreal to talk to the Critical Issues Forum, my project. And she said, the stories of those who were beneath the mushroom clouds can transform our generalized perception of a nuclear war into visceral human experience. And she quoted one of the late atomic bombing survivors from Nagasaki. The basis of peace is understanding the pain of others. This is a very simple, but I always remind myself, I really need to understand other people's suffering. This is common to any subject, so using your empathy is so important, especially when you study peace, nuclear disarmament. I will skip this one. Yeah, but why it is so terrible? I just need to emphasize how terrible nuclear weapons is. Because if nuclear weapon is used, all the infrastructures will be damaged. And in Hiroshima, when the bomb was dropped, there were 300 doctors, but 270 were reported dead. And over 1,700 nurses, almost all of them died. And the same thing can be said to the pharmacist. So this means if a nuclear weapon is used, doctors will be also dead. So, that's one of the horrible aspects of the use of nuclear weapons. Then, based on that, statement I introduced, catastrophic humanitarian consequence of the use of nuclear weapons, the momentum to discuss nuclear weapons' more human aspects increased. So there were 3 humanitarian consequences before the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons negotiated. And the important thing is all of these, along with these important fora, the civil society, ordinary people, like doctors, teachers, activists, young students, they were also involved in the process of this, towards negotiation of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So next slide, also part of a humanitarian conference. Next slide. Yeah, so there are 3 conferences, Norway, Mexico, and Austria. Then, with all these gained momentum, the negotiation started. Negotiation on the prohibition of nuclear weapons started. Next slide. So the negotiation started in July 2017. So I think we will all learn about the TPNW from our students. So I'm not going to go into the details and which countries were opposed, all the nuclear weapon states, because this treaty is completely banning nuclear weapons. So of course, nuclear weapon states and also countries like my home country, Japan, who are protected under the nuclear umbrella. They don't want to have a complete ban, right? And the supporters are Austria, South Africa, Brazil, Ireland, Mexico, just to name a few. But next slide, please. So at the conference, 122 countries voted for, and only one country, the Netherlands. Netherlands is a NATO country, like Canada. The Netherlands participated, but they voted against. And one abstention is Singapore. So there are many reasons, but I really wanted to emphasize over 100 civil society organizations participated. Without the power of civil society, without the power of young people, this treaty was not materialized. So this important treaty to completely ban the nuclear weapons was a product of a collaboration between the like-minded countries and civil society. Next slide, please. And I already mentioned which countries were opposed. And when you look at that current status, what did you notice? So most of the countries who support this treaty is global south, right? So those global south, countries in global south don't have nuclear weapons. And although currently 94 countries signed and 73 is fully ratified, but this next slide, please. When you look at this chart, the majority of the world community is really supporting this treaty. You know, some countries have not done any legislative work because there are so many different things they have to deal with, like poverty or so many other things. But only small minority, 43 countries completely opposed, like NATO, nuclear weapon states, and other Asian allies, and some undecided countries. But the majority of the world community really support this treaty. And what's in there? I'm not going to read it, but important thing is this treaty really stigmatize the nuclear weapons. The very existence of nuclear weapon is illegal, immoral, and this, of course, Setsuko Taro, amazing Japanese Canadian, most vocal atomic bombing survivor. She said, nuclear weapons have always been immoral. Now they are also illegal. So this has, short sentence really tells you everything. Next slide. And but we also need to understand that this treaty, the ban treaty, is not going to dismantle a single weapons. This just prohibit. So there are so many things to do and so many things ahead of us. We need to work hard. This is the beginning of the end of nuclear weapons. And there are so many criticisms. Nuclear weapon states that's pie in the sky, or it's so counterproductive, or magical thinking, ineffective. But we need to really believe this is an important treaty, and we also need to study to convince or to have a dialogue with someone who really opposes this treaty. Why they oppose this treaty? It's so important to have a dialogue with someone who have a different opinions from you. That's something I strongly believe. Next slide. Then the Antonio Guterres, current United Nations Under Secretary General, also really praised the work of civil society. Civil society played a vital role in bringing the treaty to fruition. The heroic survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the hibakusha, continue to remind us of the devastating humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. So without civil society, this treaty was not materialized. So, and the civil society has a many important role, and one of the important role of the civil society is you, me, everybody like us, is to really, create momentum, create a forum, also monitor government, and eventually we want to create a new law, right? Both domestically and internationally. So civil society really needs to work together to create momentum for a better future. Next slide. Yeah, and some example of role of civil society. Nuclear weapon is the ultimate violence, and the nuclear weapons really present the power. And so that's why many world leaders, this is something civil society can do. This is not the role of a civil society. Civil society is too weak to have an influence the nuclear weapon policy, but that's not the case. So during the Cold War, when there were so many nuclear weapons testing, including Marshall Islands, between 1946 and 1958, some of you have studied Marshall Islands testing. So 67 nuclear weapons tests conducted, and this means 1.6 Hiroshima bomb every day. Can you imagine that? So these are horrible things. And in March 1954, the Japanese tuna fishing boat, Lucky Dragon, that Lucky Dragon received some radioactive fallout. And this was a U.S. Castro Bravo test. And this is a first hydrogen bomb test. And ironically, this tuna fishing boat became the first victim of a hydrogen bomb. So Japanese became the first nuclear atomic bomb victims. Of course, you know, a lot of people had influence in like New Mexico. So I shouldn't say the first victim, but during the war. And then this testing. So, but because of this too many testing, the civil society movement was increased, and thanks to these, you know, civil society's movement and their effective way to work with the government, in 1963, partial test ban treaty, partial, not completely, this treaty was adopted. The next slide. And that's not only the things. And in 1980, in the United States, the massive civil society movement was happening against the arms race between the Soviet Union and the United States. And there was a huge, you know, largest rally in New York Central Park. And million people gathered. And these people's movement also had an impact on the US and the Soviet nuclear weapons policy. And 5 years later, of this Central Park rally in 1987, the INF Treaty, Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, was adopted between the US and the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, this treaty is no longer exists because of the current US, Russia's, difficult situation. But this treaty was very important. So this is a good example. Civil society is not powerless. You have lots of voice to be heard. Next. Then most recent example is this nuclear weapons ban treaty. And since we have a amazing representative from IPPNW, so I'm not going to go into, but this international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons was also very, very significant. And it was born from the IPPNW. And this treaty is a good example of the effective, one of the best example, successful example between the government and the civil society in the history of nuclear weapons. Next slide, please. And there are so many conferences, and of course, you know, one of the sponsors of this conference, the Sokagaka International, SGI, also played a very important role in this exhibition. And also there was a conference at the Vatican. Many atomic bombing survivors were also invited. So next slide, please. So atomic bombing, so this year's Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to Hidankyo, atomic bombing survivors group. But in 2017, the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to ICAN. And atomic bombing survivor Setsuko Taro presented at the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony. And this is so inspiring. So I really want to encourage you to read or listen. The next slide, please. So I'm almost done, but I wanted to also emphasize that there are so many concrete things civil society can do, like creating a momentum, stigmatizing nuclear weapons. And on a practical level, you also need to know how much money is used for nuclear weapons. So look at this is also part of ICAN's work. And per year, more than $90 billion is used. And every second, 2008, every second closer to $3,000 is used. Can you imagine this? If this amount of money is used for education, welfare, social welfare, and especially in the United States, healthcare, my life would be much better. So, and the next slide, please. And there is a very interesting movement, like an initiative, Don't Bank on the Bomb. So putting pressure to financial sectors. Do not invest in nuclear weapons. And people really care about money, right? So this is one way to convince some people who are not so serious about the human aspects. But if you think about this money, why do we need to waste so much money for nuclear disarmament, nuclear issues? Next slide. And I can also work with the local government. So local government cannot create nuclear policy. Nuclear policy is formed by federal government, right? In the United States, any country. But local government also has something to say, because the local government is closely connected with the people. So I can sit here up here, the next slide. And also back from the brink, I think you might have heard, and the Mayors for Peace, all these groups are closely working with the local government. Next slide. And finally, the importance of education. The late Kofi Annan said, education is quite simply peace building by another name. It is the most effective form of defense spending there is. So in 2002, there was a very important General Assembly resolution. And in that resolution, they really emphasized the importance of disarmament and non-proliferation education. But not so many countries are paying attention. And our center's director, Dr. Porter, always said, despite periodic appeals, education remains an underutilized tool for promoting peace, disarmament, and non-proliferation. So education is really important. Education is very underfunded, but super important, and we need more fund for education. Next slide, please. And the TPNW also said the importance of youth education in a preamble. Next slide. So in 2018, the Antonio Guterres published very important documents, disarmament agenda, and in his agenda, he clearly said that young people like you, young people are ultimate force for change at the local, national, and international level. So you can do so many things, and we need more education and training opportunities for young generation. And I work at the Research Institute, and I really want to promote disarmament education. So I think this is the final slide, but thank you so much. And I really want to thank each one of you, and also organizers for inviting me and also coming here, because I really think at this difficult time of human history, this is one of the most important things we all can do, and we need to collaborate. So thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you.
Success on July 16, 1945, with the launch of the Trinity test in New Mexico, marking the world's first nuclear exposure. The success of the Manhattan Project meant that the U.S. now had the capabilities to release nuclear weapons, resulting in the start of the atomic age. The first nuclear weapon was used in warfare when the U.S. released the uranium atomic bomb over Hiroshima, Japan on August 6, 1945. This resulted in the deaths of over 140,000 people, with many more later dying from radiation. 3 days later, the U.S. then released a second plutonium bomb over Nagasaki, killing an additional 74,000 people. This was the first and only use of atomic bombing as weaponry. The USSR then detonated their first atomic bomb on August 29th of 1949, making them the second between the Soviets and the West, which was further escalated when the US detonated their first hydrogen bomb in 1962. By the 60s, nuclear power had reached a new high, the largest bomb ever created. In 1961, the Soviet Union explodes the most powerful bomb of all time, called the Tsar Bomba, a 58 megaton atmospheric nuclear weapon off northern Russia. The dangers of such weapons start to cause tension with the Cuban Missile Crisis, which took place on October of 1962, a dangerous confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. After 6 days, the missiles disbanded. This was the moment closest to serious conflict, heightening the fear of nuclear war all over the world. This event also helped push for more laws regarding weaponry. In 1963, the United States, Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom signed the Partial Test Ban Treaty to get things under control. This treaty prohibited nuclear tests in the atmosphere, underwater, and in space, limiting the treaty testing to solely underground. But even with partial bans, the spread of nuclear weapons proved to be a threat to many countries, who started to fear for their safety. In 1968, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty was signed. More countries are part of the NPT than any other arms limitation and disarmament agreement, which shows the treaty's significance. As of August 2016, 191 states have become parties to the treaty. The NPT is based on a central bargain. Countries partaking agree to never acquire nuclear weapons, and the NPT nuclear weapon states, in exchange, agree to share the benefits of peaceful nuclear technology, pursuing nuclear disarmament aimed at the elimination of their nuclear arsenals. In 2020, there have been many efforts to decrease the number of nuclear weapons. Certain countries are still pushing to modernize their weaponry, which could lead to potential new threats. All in all, the probability of nuclear war has decreased. It does not completely eradicate the possibility. The state of the world relies now on the continuation of diplomacy and leadership regarding nuclear weapons.
Now that you've heard what nuclear weapons have looked like in the past and the impact that they had and are having, let's talk about what they could look like in the future if we continue the path we are on. I found an article from Time that describes the impact very well. I'll summarize what's discussed in it. However, I did attach a QR code at the end. So let's say that the first nuclear missile is launched. This is detected almost immediately, and a counterattack begins on the attacking country. It's important to keep in mind that it can take around 30 minutes for these missiles to reach their target after launch. So it's not like immediate. Power grids and electrical wires stop working after the first strike, and the entire area near the attack site now has no power or electronics. The next missile will be launched with the goal of destroying control towers and nuclear launch facilities. Destroying these buildings is intended to weaken the opponent and create chaos when attempting to retaliate. So what exactly does a missile strike look like? The immediate detonation creates a fireball with temperatures that compare to that of the sun. The fireball vaporizes all life surrounding it and creates a blast that destroys all structures in the area. Firestorms form and begin to take over the cities. During this, a radioactive mushroom cloud begins to form. Black smoke from the firestorm starts to rise and very quickly spreads around the entire northern hemisphere. This is the start of a nuclear winter. It is called this because the black smoke blocks the heat of the sun and drops the temperature on Earth significantly. The example in this specific article states that the temperatures in Kansas will drop around 20 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So we must keep in mind that nuclear war is a very real possibility, especially when countries that are currently at war possess enough of these weapons to destroy the world. It's clear that everyone is affected by nuclear war regardless of where we live. And to prevent this, it's crucial to spread awareness and push for the total disarmament of nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Continue discussing further, but for now, I'll just have you turn your attention to my colleague here, and we will continue our discussion.
The cost that a country spends on creating, building, monitoring, and maintaining their nuclear waste and weapons depends significantly on a country's economy. For example, last year, in the year 2023, the United States spent a total of $51.5 billion on their nuclear arsenals, which is to compare with North Korea, which spent $0.9 billion. The difference between the amounts of money spent is because of the varying economies between these countries. The 9 nations in total, as you can see in the graph above, have spent $387 billion in the last 5 years. But the real question is this the right way to use these funds? According to the former executive director of the World Food Program, David Beasley, it would take $40 billion per year until 2030 to end world hunger. The use of these funds shows a disregard for our priorities.
In the UK, we have seen that before 2023, the annual in-service cost was around 6% of their defense budget. Spending on the nuclear program was over the next 10 years is an estimated £117.8 billion. And as of March 2023, 20% of that money has already been accessed. In 2016, the government said it expected in-service costs to continue at around 6% of the defense budget. But we have seen a 17% increase in the spending from the previous year. ICANN shows that the UK spending budget has increased to £6.5 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year.
And now you may be wondering, which companies actually profit from the manufacturing of these nuclear weapons? And so we've picked 5 of the most influential companies, which include Boeing, Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon Technologies. As you can see, 4 out of 5 of these companies actually originate in the United States, which shows how influential this country is in this industry. And this also shows how many countries who are underdeveloped in the market might also depend greatly on this country for their own nuclear arsenal. For example, next slide please. Boeing, a US-based multinational company that sells, designs, and builds helicopters, rockets, satellites, and missiles globally. If we look at their sales by region in 2023, we can see that their international sales, which total to about $25 billion, compared to their total revenue of about $78 billion, consists of about a third of their total revenue. And so this shows how companies like this profit from the fear of other countries who are underdeveloped in their nuclear arsenal.
Now we will discuss groups within a country that push that country towards increasing its nuclear budget. Firstly, as my colleague just said, many corporations and financiers profit immensely off the production of nuclear weapons. These corporations then spend upwards of $120 million on think tanks and lobbyists, which influence public opinions and governmental policies on nuclear weapons. They try to spread the idea that nuclear weapons are essential for our safety and that we cannot survive without them. And now I ask you, does it seem fair to you that the politics surrounding nuclear weapons are so greatly influenced by the very companies who gain vast profits from their production? Further emblematic groups are branches of the military. When the USA started to produce nuclear weapons, various branches of the military tried to pressure the government into thinking that nuclear armaments were necessary. These branches of the military were hoping that they would be tasked with the creation of nuclear bombs and that their budget would thus be increased. Concerns over the various groups looking to profit off of the production of nuclear armaments pushed a former president of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, to warn during his farewell speech in 1961 that, quote, "We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist."
This raises the question, what would happen if a country reduced its nuclear budget? On one hand, by reducing its nuclear budget, a country would liberate public funds which could be allocated to healthcare, education, and other vital services. According to ICANN, the 9 nuclear-armed nations squandered $91.4 billion in 2023. To put this astronomically large budget in context, 1 minute of nuclear weapon spending could cost as much as planting 1 million trees. Moreover, 1 week of nuclear weapon spending could provide up to 27 million people with clean water sanitation for a year. On the other hand, there are many huge companies that rely on the nuclear industry. Specifically, a 2024 study published by ICANN identified 287 financial institutions with substantial investments relations with 24 companies involved in nuclear weapons production. Nearly $500 billion were held in bonds and shares, and over $250 billion were provided in loans and underwriting to these companies. If a country decided to reduce its nuclear budget, these enterprises, as well as their investors, would face significant losses. For that reason, they maintain an influence within the government through lobbyists and think tanks. It's worth noting that countries can choose to reduce their nuclear budget, but a country can also be forced to reduce its nuclear budget through sanctions imposed by nations which feel menaced by that country's expanding nuclear arsenal. Now, my colleague will explore the efficiency of these sanctions.
Each country affected by nuclear sanctions have all received immense economic impacts. An example of this is Iran, who in just 2 years, from 2012 to 2014, lost over $100 billion directly from these sanctions. Russia has also shown a decrease in their economy, as shown from the graph on the screen, which shows Russia's GDP growth from 2021 to 2024 post-sanctions. However, despite these immense economic impacts, nuclear sanctions are shown not to actually deter nuclear development, but in fact accelerate it, as the targets start seeing it as a defensive act against the rest of the world. In 2015, Iran signed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, also known as the Iran Nuclear Agreement, which was a deal between the Western nuclear powers and Iran to alleviate their sanctions in return for Iran halting the nuclear development. It showed a lot of promise in its early existence until in 2018, the US pulled out and reinstated sanctions. This prompted Iran to accelerate their nuclear development once again. With the heavy sanctions on these countries, the general population is also severely affected through lack of consumer goods, inflation, their currency dropping in value, and even lack of basic needs such as food and water. To add, as most of these states are totalitarian, it makes it so it realistically only affects the general population, as the government can control where the funding goes. All of this raises the question, are sanctions ethical?
After learning how much companies invest in nuclear weapons every year, you probably don't know how to use this information or how it affects you. Well, it should tell you at least one thing, that you shouldn't be investing any more money to help these companies grow even more. There are several ethical complications that come along when it comes to investing in nuclear weapons when you're morally against them. First of all, it creates a conflict between your beliefs and your financial choices. This conflict could raise a feeling of guilt for supporting a company that goes against your beliefs. Secondly, as mentioned before, certain investors may not even be aware that the companies that they're investing in are indirectly funding nuclear weapons. If they do find out about where their money is going, they're faced with a decision to either withdraw the investments and stay true to their word, or to continue investing for their own personal financial gain. Lastly, the most important point to consider is that you as an investor hold a social responsibility. Every time you invest in nuclear weapons, you're actively contributing to normalizing them. This could create a snowball effect where the people surrounding you can see you investing in nuclear weapons and they'll start investing as well. As investors, we should all reflect on our choices and invest ethically.
So, now for those of you that stayed sitting during our opening question, which was all of you, I hope we have informed you on what companies do invest in nuclear weapons and have provided you the knowledge to make your own informed decisions on what companies you should be avoiding. And before we leave you, I want to present you a quote from the French philosopher and writer, Albert Camus. Very soon, in the near future, you will have to choose between collective suicide or the intelligent use of scientific conquest. And with that, thank you.
Presentation. We here are a group of students from grade 10 in Grand Park High School. And to introduce ourselves, I'm Adrian.
I'm Nikita.
I'm Adelia. I'm Juliet. And I'm Sophie.
And together, we are here to demonstrate to you the environmental effects of nuclear weapons manufacturing. Now, these effects can take many forms. And throughout this presentation, we will be demonstrating to you and trying to give you a better understanding of the key impacts, being radiation, nuclear waste, resource use and habitat disruption, and climate and ecosystem impacts. To start you off, I'll begin the presentation.
In order to understand the impact of nuclear waste on the environment, we must understand the foundations. Half-life is the amount of time required for 1/2 of the atomic nuclei of a radioactive substance to decay. The half-life of radioactive substances will determine how long the material will remain potent and radioactive, the longevity of the nuclear fallout, as well as any associated harms after the explosion. Uranium-235 and plutonium-239 are the isotopes that are mostly used in nuclear weapons manufacturing. Uranium-235's half-life is 700 million years, and plutonium-239's half-life is 24,100 years. This is a clear display of long-term impacts of these materials. Here is a chart displaying the different half-lives of different plutonium and uranium isotopes. As you can see, these range from hundreds of years to billions of years, showing the dangers associated with these dangerous materials.
So here we have a map that illustrates where uranium is found. So Western US, Australia, Canada, Central Asia, Africa, and South America. So you can see Australia is quite dark. That's because Australia has about 25% of the planet's known uranium reserves. And then next would be Kazakhstan, which is in Central Asia, which has the second most amount, and then Canada, and altogether these three places make up about 50% of the planet's known uranium reserves.
Now that we've established an understanding on the foundations of nuclear waste, let's delve into the impacts it has on the environment and its ecosystems, especially water resources. Most nuclear power plants are strategically placed near bodies of water as they use this resource to cool their receptors and keep their energy flowing. However, this poses many risks, like the nuclear fuel contaminating the water. This nuclear fuel can change the temperatures, affecting ecosystems and wildlife. This also poses risks to drinking water, agriculture, and overall human health. These radioactive substances can also build up in the food chain with bioaccumulation. We must protect water resources, otherwise, this will be our water resources and this will be our aquatic wildlife. Therefore, historically, events like these have already occurred, like Fukushima Daiichi in 2011. Therefore, water resources must be protected. But who should be responsible? The government and nuclear plant facilities need to be responsible. Governments need to put in place strict rules and regulations to protect these water resources, like supervision and protection plans. However, it is the responsibility of the nuclear plant facilities to ensure that these rules actually go through, like the buffer zones. Looking at this in the big picture, it's better to invest in protection right now rather than spend large sums of money later on to clean up these water resources. An example of a protection plan could be a buffer zone. This would look like vegetation surrounding the body of water around the nuclear plant. This body of water would be just enough water to do the job of cooling the receptors and keep the energy flowing. This ensures that no waste seeps out and affects larger water resources. Here is a close-up of what it would look like. So as you can see, it's just enough water to cool the receptors down, and the scrunched up vegetation will create a wall protecting the outside world from the inside waste.
The Canadian federal government nuclear waste management policy puts emphasis on health and safety, as well as reconciliation with Indigenous people. Here we have quotes from the Canadian government. These quotes show how there are currently policies in place to help, but buffer zones could definitely still help.
There are benefits of using nuclear energy, such as clean energy, low carbon emission, and its reliable source of energy. Nuclear energy is the largest source of clean energy power in the United States. It is also the second largest low carbon electricity source in in the world, providing more than 2,700 terawatt hours of electricity in 2018 with 452 reactors operating. Here's the interesting fact. With 1 terawatt hour, you can provide electricity to more than 860,000 houses for 31 days straight.
Many countries all over the world are uranium producers and have uranium mining sites, such as Australia, South Africa, China, Pakistan, France, Russia, India, and the United States. The world's top uranium producer is Kazakhstan, who produces 43% of the world's uranium and holds 12% of the world's uranium resources. Kazakhstan has also been the world's top uranium producer since 2009. As for the uranium mining in Canada, all currently operating uranium mines are in northern Saskatchewan. There are 4 of them in operation. These mines are all licensed by Orano Canada and Chemical Corporation. Canada is also home to the 2 largest operating uranium mines in the world, which includes Cigar Lake Mine and McArthur Key Lake Mine. And Canada produces nearly $1 billion of uranium per year, making us the 3rd largest uranium producer in the world.
So now we're going to look at different types of uranium mining. We're going to start with open pit mining. So this is where the topsoil is removed and then the deposit is extracted from the surface. Some advantages to this would be short construction time, it's highly productive, and it's quite safe for the workers. Some disadvantages would be climate interference, large equipment investment, and then it overall just leaves a large eco footprint. And then next, we're going to look at underground mining. So here, a vertical shaft is dug down near the deposit, and then an elevator will lift the uranium back up to the surface. Some advantages is that there's a low environmental impact, low interference, and it's quite efficient. Some disadvantages would be things such as high extraction costs, complex construction and maintenance, and it also poses more safety risks to the workers. So the third and final type is in situ leaching. So this is where elixivin is injected through a borehole to dissolve the uranium deposit, which another borehole will then bring it back up to the surface. So some advantages, it's safe, simple, low construction time, limited investment, highly automated, and there's less pollution than other types. Some disadvantages would be it requires specific conditions, it's slower, there's added water management issues as well, and in situ leaching is currently the most common type of uranium mining.
Unfortunately, there are many long-term impacts of uranium mining on the environment. These impacts include waste seeping into aquatic environment. This contaminates water resources and poisons aquatic life. And there are also human health risks, including cancer, radiation poisoning, and skin burns.
The dangers of using nuclear energy. Nuclear waste can be classified into 2 categories, low-level and high-level radioactive waste. Most of the waste that can be found in nuclear plants is low-level and has relatively low-level radioactivity, while high-level waste is irradiated reactor fuel. This fuel is no longer useful for producing electricity. Due to rising temperature of water, the maximum temperature limit for the cooling water has been increased, causing even more thermal pollution. Also, NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, has noted that 55 out of the 61 nuclear sites in the US face flooding hazards beyond what they were designed to withstand. With rising sea levels and increasing frequency and strength of extreme weather events, the risk for operational and decommissioned nuclear plants that store nuclear waste on site continue to grow. Impacted nuclear plants can lead to catastrophic accidents, potentially irreversible, and have worldwide health and environmental effects.
For the health impacts of near nuclear disposal sites, these include it can mutate genetic material. This can cause cancer, skin burns, cardiovascular disease, radiation syndrome, and death. There's also lots of waste and contamination in soil and water resources. From these resources, there can be increased radionuclide exposure and increased radiation exposure. High amounts of radiation can equal up to 18,000 X-rays, and children and youth are more sensitive to this radiation.
So, to better understand the negative effects of nuclear waste, it is important to first look through historical context. Chernobyl is a prime example of nuclear waste accidents, widely considered to be the most devastating of the entire world. It occurred in 1986 after a reactor meltdown, and as you can see, there are a wide range of negative side effects of Chernobyl. But the most important one to understand is the increased risk of thyroid cancer among those affected, with 41,000 projected cancer cases by 2065, and this will lead to an eventual 4,000 deaths. This does not only affect humans, but animals too, as there's been a 5% reduction in the brain sizes of birds who live in the Chernobyl area. But on a more positive note, due to the lack of humans, an increase in elk, roe deer, wild boar, and wolves has been observed. In terms of the area itself, there's been a higher risk of forest fires, which has been caused by the radiation that seeped out from the Chernobyl reactors. This radiation slows the rate of biomass decomposition, and this radiation will persist thousands of years into the future. Now, with understanding these negative effects, we begin to ask the question of what is being done to remediate Chernobyl. Well, as recently as 2016, a new safe confinement structure was built to cover the reactor itself to prevent radiation from further leaking out into the atmosphere. Two structures, the interim spent nuclear storage facility and the liquid waste radioactive treatment plant, have been built to store and process spent fuel rods and liquid waste respectively. There's also been an ongoing dismantling of unsafe structures in the reactors, such as the sarcophagus, the initial structure built. In terms of production, the possibility of agriculture has been investigated within the Chernobyl area, and solar farms have been commissioned as recently as 2018. Overall, the decommissioning process is ongoing and expected to last until 2065. Now, for a second perspective, Fukushima is another widely devastating nuclear disaster that occurred in 2011 after tsunami struck the reactors at Fukushima Daiichi. Once again with Chernobyl, you can see that there's a wide range of negative impacts, such as a 70% increase in thyroid cancer for females exposed as infants in the area. In the evacuants, there's been a higher obesity, blood pressure, and hypoglycemia rates for all the evacuants. The radiation itself caused spread of radionuclides into the ocean, which affect the aquatic ecosystems and the animals living within them. The radiation from Fukushima persists to this day with an increased level of radioactive cesium, which causes deposition on agricultural produce and traces of atmospheric radiation at local, regional, and global levels. So just as with Chernobyl, there's an ongoing remediation process, with an emphasis being put on removing spent fuel assemblies, and the overall decommissioning process is expected to last until 2051. Water has been a very important issue in Fukushima, with over 1 million tons of contaminated water being stored on the site to be treated and released back into the ocean. However, this has been pending due to safety assessments being required on whether this would cause an adverse effect on the aquatic ecosystems. Soil contamination has also been a very prevalent issue, with over 13 million cubic meters of soil being removed, and the overall process of soil being disposed will be completed by 2045.
With the advancement of AI, cyber threats and nuclear weapons became more serious. AI could enable enemies to target nuclear assets by using AI-driven cyber weapons to disrupt nuclear command, control, and communication systems. By introducing AI to the military, it will significantly shape the decision-making process, affecting human-machine dynamic. Also, AI may empower third-party actors to provoke nuclear conflicts, potentially manipulating information, damaging critical systems, or spreading misinformation to escalate tensions.
A cyber attack on communications could result in a fault in the nuclear weapon attack early warning system, causing the country leader to believe they are under attack, which could result in a relaunch to attempt to retaliate against the false incoming attack. It could also cause decreased unity within communications, which could lead to more uncertainty in decision-making, and data hacks could expose private information about facilities' layouts, design, and operational information. Here are a couple examples of previous cyber attacks. The Gundummingen German power plant attack. The power plant was found to be infected by a computer virus within their system that is involved with the transportation of reactor fuel. This virus was called W32-Rabbit. What this virus does is once a device is infected with it, it gives an attacker full access to all the connected systems, which gives them the ability to steal the data from those systems. Even though the system was infected with this virus, there was no indicator that it had reached the plant's control systems or caused any problems with the plant's operations. Even so, after this incident, the GFOIS made attempts to improve the power plant's cybersecurity. Next was the U.S. Nuclear Weapons Agency cyber attack. This attack compromised critical infrastructure and struck at least 7 government agencies,
one of which was the Department of Energy, who maintains the U.S. nuclear weapons supply. It was suspected to have been caused by hackers installing a virus into a software program called SolarWinds Corporation, which is used by many government agencies. It was also suspected to have been an attack from Russia.
Canada's nuclear non-proliferation policy establishes conditions of nuclear cooperation with partner countries. These partner countries must have requirements for physical protection measures, allow Canadians control over the reprocessing of any Canadian spent nuclear fuel, and limitation on enrichment of Canadian nuclear material to less than 20%.
As we have demonstrated to you throughout this presentation, there are substantial considerations to be made at all levels of nuclear processing. It is not only the role of our governments, but for us as citizens to develop our knowledge and our understanding of these issues, to create an environment where we take a greater care to avoid nuclear disasters from happening again, and place an ongoing emphasis on greener energies and nuclear peace. To end on the presentation with a quote, this is a quote by Anna Monroe, a survivor of French nuclear tests. As a child born in the Mangareva archipelago, the most affected and infected by radioactive waste for 30 years, it is well beyond time to stop the proliferation and use of nuclear weapons. Redirect the billions of expenditures toward environmental programs to hand over a livable world to our children. Thank you for listening.
At 6, it's the Rethinking Global Justice and Peace panel discussion. You can see the faces of who will be speaking there. If you want to go, the QR code is in your programs or on the screen, so feel free to RSVP. The event will start at 6, so we hope to see some of you there.
And then just continuing on, we'd like to welcome Marilou McPhedran. Marilou is a human rights, Senator Marilou McPhedran. Marilou is a human rights lawyer, professor, and activist appointed as an independent senator in the Parliament of Canada by Governor-General David Johnston on the recommendation of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in November 2016. Marilou was one of the most influential leaders of the 1981 Ad Hoc Committee of Canadian Women on the Constitution Conference, the grassroots social movement of women across Canada, resulting in stronger equality rights in the Constitution. She attended the ICANN Nuclear Ban Forum and the first meeting of states parties to the TPNW in Vienna, and continues to strongly advocate for the Canadian government to sign the TPNW. We'd like to welcome you onto stage.
Yes. Well, you know, one of the challenges being the speaker after lunch, right, is that people aren't quite ready. It's more sort of a carbo hit that often happens. But I will do my best to speak to very, I guess one might say, heavy issues. And I have to say, given what we know about what happened in the last 2 days south of our border, with rather a heavy heart as well, as someone who believes in multilateralism, which includes the treaties dealing with nuclear weapons. But I also want to share with you my deep gratitude to be here with you and to see this room, to see the intergenerational crackling energy for addressing a topic that, to be honest with you, most of the folks I work with in Ottawa don't even want to talk about this. And if that's going to shift, those folks will start to think about the implications of nuclear war and the weaponization of nuclear reactors. They will start to think about that much more when they hear from you and other youth leaders in the country. I'll begin my land acknowledgement in French, and then I will shift to English. Bonjour, Tanzi. En tant que sénatrice du Manitoba, je reconnais que je vis sur le territoire 1 du traité 1, le territoire traditionnel des Anishinaabe, des Cris, des Ojibwe, des Dakota et des Dene, est la patrie de la nation métisse. Je tiens à souligner que le Parlement du Canada est situé sur un territoire algonquin, Anishinaabe, non cédé et non restitué. Je tiens également à souligner que de nombreuses personnes de partout sur l'île de la Tortue se joignent à nous aujourd'hui, qu'elles soient situées sur des terres cédées ou non cédées. What I just said, for those of you who aren't comfortable in French, was the key point was that I'm an independent senator for Manitoba, which is Treaty 1 territory, and it is also the homeland of the Red River Métis Nation. And I also made the point that the Parliament of Canada in Ottawa, our capital of our country, is situated on the non-ceded, unsurrendered territory of the First Nations, the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. And I then went on to say and to acknowledge that we come from many parts of Turtle Island, as Earth is sometimes known in the Indigenous cultures, and that many of those parts of Turtle Island have also never been ceded. The territory has never been negotiated and limited in the way that, for example, here in Manitoba with Treaty 1, that has been. And to begin with this today, I, as a senator, also feel very compelled to acknowledge the loss this week, on Monday of this week, of the senator who actually walked me into the Senate of Canada in November of 2016, the Honorable Murray Sinclair. And I am personally and professionally so grateful for the time that I had to be able to serve in the Senate until Senator Sinclair decided that he would retire early and return to Manitoba to spend much more time here. We've lost a giant, and the work that has been done with Senator Sinclair, with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, with the inquiry that he led into what has been known in Tanya Talaiga's book, which some of you may know, The 7 Fallen Feathers, about the disappearance and, in some cases, demonstrated murders of very young Indigenous people, students for the most part in the high school in Thunder Bay. And that the ways in which, as the very first Aboriginal judge here in Manitoba, chairing an inquiry here in Manitoba about the discrimination of the legal system in many, many ways against people of Indigenous origin, the decades of dedication to which he gave so much of himself, and his family gave up and shared so much of his time and energy. And you likely know that there's a sacred fire burning at the legislature. When we adjourn here today, I'll be going to that sacred fire. I invite anyone that wants to come with me, that it's on the legislature grounds, not far from here at all. And on Sunday at 2 o'clock, there will be a service in memory and gratitude to Murray Sinclair. Nobel laureate Dr. John Polanyi warned us that nuclear disarmament represents the very best hope for humanity, and cautioned that despite the dictum that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought, we, as a civilization, continue to plan for nuclear war. This is the source of our potential peril. It's the end of my quote. The publisher emeritus of the Hill Times, which probably most people in this room haven't even heard of, but where I work in Ottawa, it is read daily by almost every parliamentarian, and the publisher emeritus Jim Kresge termed what's happening right now a global suicide pact. In 2022, nuclear states spent $83 billion on nuclear weapons, spending that has been steadily increasing year over year. And the president-elect of the United States has promised that that spending is going to go up into the trillions more. So we now have, as you've heard this morning, enough weaponry already, before the escalation that's being promised by a number of the already nuclear-holding nations, enough weapons, nuclear weapons, to kill all of us, all beings, all life on this planet 12 times over. So there is a kind of insanity to this that somehow young leaders like yourselves get, like that, in a way that I have to confess to you doesn't happen that often in conversations among parliamentarians. And as yet, but we're certainly working on finding ways to shift the understanding and to increase the engagement on this issue in our parliament, both houses of our parliament, the House of Commons and the Senate. There has been no resulting measurable improvement in our global security as a result of this nuclear proliferation. In other words, the evidence doesn't support what's happening, and yet the proliferation continues. I think there are many explanations for this, but one that I have found particularly helpful, and it may not sit well with everybody in the room, but it resonates with the truth that I want to share with you because it's very important to me. And it comes from someone in my life, very important, a femtor, Dr. Betty Reardon, who passed away recently. And I'm incredibly honored to share with you that I was able to work with Betty Reardon in person and online just up to days before her death. We spent nights and days, day after day after day, after Kabul in Afghanistan fell again to the Taliban, knowing that that would then bring about a state of gender apartheid in Afghanistan. And Betty and I and a whole network of feminists around the world, none of us paid for doing this particular job, and frankly, much of the time trying to save the lives of women and girls before the gender apartheid fully kicked in, which frankly governments should have been doing to a much greater extent than they were at that time in 2021. And indeed, with this network, we did evacuate a significant number of women and girls, particularly athletes, journalists, judges, and women that were clearly going to be targeted right away, parliamentarians. Dr. Betty Reardon nailed the essence of what I think helps us understand what is going on globally, and particularly with the nuclear weapon states. She wrote, "More than any other manifestation of patriarchy, the compulsive acquisition and excessive use of weaponry demonstrate the abuse of power by the male-dominated state system. Like all addictions, the addiction to weaponry wreaks negative results on the system in which it occurs." And that reference to patriarchy may or may not resonate with you, but let me say a little bit about that, because I don't want it to sound just like some kind of feminist rhetoric. When I say patriarchy, and when I quote Dr. Reardon in referencing it, what I'm talking about is not so much the individual males, those who identify as male in any country, in this room, in this country. What I'm talking about, the systems that operate, the institutions that operate, and the simple fact that most of our major institutions, whether they're high schools, whether they're universities, whether they're the Senate of Canada, were founded a very long time ago. And certainly in this country, we're talking a relatively young country, 150 plus years. And many of these institutions were founded within the first decade or more of Canada coming into being as a country, which means that the decision-making and the viewpoints being used in the founding of these institutions were male, and for the most part, white male. Because at that time, 100 plus years ago, laws prevented racialized people, indigenous people, and women from actually being part of that decision-making. So the institutions that we still operate within today are largely still defined by 100 plus years ago, when it was only men and men's worldview that created these institutions. So that's what I mean by patriarchal systems. And the other thing I need to say about that as a parliamentarian, from the place where I work in Ottawa most of the time, is that these institutions can no longer be accurately defined as led by and perpetuated by only those who identify as male. What we see over and over again is that there is a protection of the status quo of institutions by a significant number of women as well, who identify with the embedded power relationships that have grown up within those institutions. And so, for example, the NATO Association of Parliamentarians is headed by a woman MP. Many of the leadership positions in many of our different iterations of parliamentary groups or caucuses are led or co-led by women. So when I say patriarchal, I'm not trashing men. When I say patriarchal, I'm talking about the DNA of the institutions that we all still continue to have to navigate. And as a result of that, the way in which we come to be a part of those institutions, the way in which we have to learn to compromise and or make changes within those institutions means that we have to be realistic about the systemic, the baked in, deep in the DNA, systemic nature of what is happening for decision making and resource allocation. In the seminar earlier today that Dr. Guilfoyle and Leah Holla from the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War pointed out in the seminar with teachers was that governments very seldom are the ones that identify an immediate threat to people. It's people, it's civil society, it's citizens outside the governmental systems that very often bring fresh thinking and analysis into a governmental context. And a year ago, with members of Parliament Elizabeth May, Heather McPherson, Andréane LaRouche, and Senators Kim Pate and Mary Jane McCollum, we launched the first ever Youth Parliament Nuclear Summit, bringing high school and university-age youth leaders from across Canada attending in person and online, in direct dialogue with parliamentarians through interactive panels that included the youth leaders, the parliamentarians, diplomats, Indigenous leaders, and civil society leaders from across this country and from other parts of the world. Now, we are gearing up for the second Youth Parliament Nuclear Summit, and it's going to be February 13th, 14th, 2025 in Ottawa on Parliament Hill to continue this intergenerational and multilateral dialogue across all aspects of nuclear policy, disarmament advocacy, climate justice, peace, and security. Co-organizers of this summit on Parliament Hill include, from civil society, Reverse the Trend, the Canada chapter, the Simons Foundation Canada, the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, or ICAN, Minds Action Canada, Project Plowshares, Canadians for a Nuclear Convention, and Canadian Voice of Women for Peace, as well as my parliamentary co-hosts. So as we gear up for this in Ottawa, I'm here today and very thrilled to be back for the fourth time for the fourth Youth Nuclear Peace Summit here in the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. I've been involved with the museum from 2008 when I returned back to Winnipeg, back to Manitoba, my home province, in order to lead the newly established Global College at the University of Winnipeg. And one of the things that happened was that then President Axworthy, who took me out to lunch one day when I was in Winnipeg, looked at me across the table and said, "It's time to come home. We need you here." And within a few months, indeed, this is where I landed. And one of the very first things he said to me was, "You're going to become our liaison as we build and get ready to open the Canadian Museum for Human Rights." So this place has been possible for gatherings like today to be shared around the world, for engagement to become possible on an international level that right now we probably can't even fully comprehend. And that it's this kind of, it's maybe one of the very few things we can point to that was positive about COVID, is the acceleration of the use of online learning and connecting around the world. And what's happening here in person will resonate and will engage beyond this room. It's already an international gathering. I want to particularly thank our colleagues from the United States who have joined us. And I also want to speak as a Canadian parliamentarian, so with all due respect for the differences between our countries, I do want to speak briefly about how I have learned from a number of different people over the last couple of days how generally a lot of people are feeling, and that includes, frankly, afraid. My own sense of the decision of majority of voters in the United States to return Donald Trump to the presidency is that it is a turning point for all of human civilization. And that we will see if indeed the promises made during this election campaign are carried out. We will see further decline in access to education, access to health, access to agency, personal agency, including reproductive choice. And you know, reproductive choice is not an issue that is limited only to those of us with female bodies. Reproductive choice actually has a direct connection to levels of poverty in communities. And we will also see attacks on multilateralism, in particular on the United Nations system itself of global governance, that will be more intense, likely, than what we saw during the Bush years, President Bush years, and in the last regime headed up by Donald Trump. So what does that say to us here today in this gathering? I can't begin to know what each of you is feeling, what each of you anticipates. I do believe there will be a range of expectations and thoughts. But to share mine, when human beings face very difficult times, what we see from historical records is that there's an initial period of shock, a kind of paralysis. The fear doesn't yet have an embodiment of what may or may not happen. And in and of itself, that fear can be paralyzing. But as decisions get made, as changes start to become apparent, as resources are withdrawn, as promises are broken, as there starts to be an actual embodiment of what was promised, people look at and experience the results of those kinds of decisions from on high, and they start to talk to each other. And they start to organize. And they start to build connective organizations, if those organizations did not already exist, to help them work together, move together, have each other's backs, and find ways to survive and walk their talk, live their values. And my prediction is that those of you in this room today, regardless of your age, are the leaders of those kinds of responses that I know we are going to see. I also think that this may be a dramatic downturn for the United Nations system, which is already in trouble. I just had a note from a colleague of mine who was my co-director for the International Women's Rights Project, Dr. Susan Basile, who is a designated UN expert on reporting to the UN on repressive regimes in the world, in particular Belarus. And she just noted to me that the escalators have stopped operating in the United Nations headquarters in Geneva, that the meetings that need to be held and require evening time are being cut off at 6 o'clock, that the services, even accessibility services that have been part of allowing access into that multilateral global governance system, have also been reduced. And this is because there isn't enough money. And we're facing the promise that the single largest contributor to maintaining the United Nations is going to withdraw even further. And that the United Nations headquarters, situated in New York City, technically not American soil, but very much a part of the city and of the country of the USA, is also going to face more funding cuts. Because what Dr. Basile shared with me about what's happening in Geneva, I've experienced directly, and those of you who've recently been to UN headquarters in New York will have experienced similar cutbacks in basic services, basic accessibility are already happening. So for all the heartbreaking flaws of the UN system, and I've often been a very strong critic of aspects of the UN system, this is the primary peace vehicle for human civilization. And what do we think we'll get instead if we allow it to be dismantled? This, I predict, will become a key issue for many of you, because I don't need to know you on an individual basis to know for sure that you're global citizens, that you live in a world where you are physically is important, but it doesn't define your information source, your relationships, the kind of issues that you work on and the way in which you work on those issues. That is a global networking system that makes you the very first generation of global citizens. And as a result of that, a meeting like this today is a tremendous opportunity. Many of you will be familiar with the proverb that every challenging situation is an opportunity. And that's how I feel about being here with you today and having the great pleasure of it being the fourth time. Winnipeg is the only place in Canada that does this. And it has to grow. And it will grow. It will grow because we're facing some very daunting changes in the world as we know it, both locally, nationally, and internationally. And what happens when governments become more regressive is that people organize. People talk to each other. People support each other. People build the movements that are needed if those movements aren't already there. And that's where we're going to go with this. And stopping the devastation and the complete destruction of our planet, because we all know here that the single greatest threat in terms of the climate crisis and climate justice is nuclear annihilation. There's no greater threat. And understanding that nexus and understanding the human rights elements of that nexus make this the perfect place for us to be, and us the perfect people to be here together. So continue your good work. You have allies in the Canadian Parliament. And if I may, talk to, write to, meet your MPs and tell them how important this is across generations. But in particular, tell them that you as youth leaders understand this, care about this issue, have studied this issue, and you will not accept that they, as your elected representatives, can remain silent and not engage. Require this of our democracy. I promise you that any form of that kind of communication that you convey individually or even better collectively will strengthen our democracy and will make Canada better equipped to deal with what we are going to have to respond to in the very near future and beyond. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for being here. Let's see, McPhedran. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we'll continue in around 5 to 10 minutes, so you guys can clean up or get some more food in the back if you'd like. Thank you.
Police and bylaw officers have the job of eliminating loose dogs in the communities for safety and health reasons. In the space of a few years, nearly all the Inuit dog teams disappeared. There were few jobs. It was bitter poverty.
Look at Ryan.
Look at. This ain't even the herb.
That's crazy.
Their culture and seek out elders and learn about residential schools. Because a lot of kids don't even know, and they just live in this environment that's really toxic, and they don't know why. It can change with them. They're the now, you know, they're not the
And understand that human rights touch all of us in different ways. To me, enjoying my rights means feeling free and safe to be who I am.
Many of us understand human rights in different ways. Some people believe that human
D'autres encore pensent que les droits de la personne sont universels. En quoi les droits de la personne influencent-ils notre vie quotidienne?
How do human rights affect our lives every day?
Le droit de jouer, c'est un droit humain parce que c'est un besoin que l'être humain a pour se développer, pour s'épanouir, pour grandir. Le sport, le jeu nous aide en tant que communauté.
Est-ce que les femmes ont atteint l'égalité?
À s'unir.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, for us to go on next question, just kind of a note on the comment that was just made.
Student at Miles McDonnell Collegiate. This is my first summit, and I just wanted to say that I think I learned a lot. I had some knowledge coming in, but I think it's really important that so many different schools took the time to research and put together such informative and well-presented presentations. I think it's really powerful to be in a group of such like-minded people, being able to talk about the pressing concerns to our future. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have one over here.
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm from Collège Louis Riel. And really what I took from today was just how important it is to inform ourselves on all the topics surrounding nuclear weapons and nuclear armament so we can fully understand what we're dealing with so that we can actually take the time to fight back against it and really make a change. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, my name is Betty Asfel. I'm also a grade 12 student at Miles Mac, and this is my third year attending the summit, and I can say confidently that each year something different has happened. I've experienced something different, and this year specifically, I feel like there is such an emphasis on taking this information and giving it back to the people. And one thing that I feel like has just been, I never really thought about this, but I was having a conversation just at the front, and one thing that I never thought about was how interconnected all these issues were. I used to very much isolate nuclear peace and conflict as its own issue, and Senator Marilou McPhedran really brought up a good point of how interconnected reproductive rights, this new election, and how much by targeting nuclear peace and conflict, how we can resolve so many other issues. And one beautiful way someone put it was that it's not always about speaking about nuclear peace, but sometimes you need to bring it up, just dumb it down to the humanity of it. You know, it is about us portraying ourselves as better, or dehumanizing other people to say, hey, we can drop a bomb on you. That is a humanity issue. So I just hope that everybody here can take that away, is that by solving this crisis and this problem, we can resolve so many other things. And I think that's just so beautiful how interconnected those issues are and how interconnected we are as a community. So thank you guys for having me and having everybody else here and sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. We have somebody with the mic here to also share, I believe.
Maybe now? Oh, gosh. Hi, I'm Erin. I'm from Rock University High School with my students in the United States in Wisconsin. And it's our first time here. And it's an interesting time in the United States. So coming here is actually kind of peaceful because we walk into a room full of hope, which makes going back home a little bit better. It really does, because we live in a very globalized world with a lot more love than we think and a lot more support than we think. So I think one huge takeaway that we're bringing home with us is that though we have a very uncertain 4 years, we have a lot of folks all throughout Canada, North America, Japan, the rest of the world who are fighting for us too. And we really appreciate that.
Thank you so much for sharing. And for the Canadians here, I know we're now witnessing the really radical changes that we're probably going to be seeing in the United States, but do also consider that Canada is also likely nearing an election. And a lot of the actions that are taken in the United States do impact us and our systems here. So do bear that in mind as many of you reach voting age, and think of what kind of leaders we want to see and what kind of world we want to envision. As Senator McPhedran very well put it, Canada is going to be taking steps to address some of these issues that are going to be coming up. Back over here. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kaz. I'm from Kansai Soka High School in Japan. Some of you who attended last year's summit may recognize me. It's really nice to be back. I'm here with two of my students. I talked a lot about peace education, but now I'm here to show you peace education. They're giving a presentation tomorrow. So if you want to say, it's their first time in Canada. For Hiroko, it was her first time on an airplane. We just arrived 2 days ago. We're still jet lagged, so bear with us. Yeah, so pass to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Hideo. I'm from Japan, Osaka. And yeah, in Japan, in our school, we often learn about nuclear weapons and discuss it. But I felt everyone's opinion is different. I think it's very special for me. So I was able to expand my perspective in this summit. So everyone's opinion was so great, and presentation was also great. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Hiroko Yamahashi and I'm from Japan, and my English is not good. Sorry, and yeah, I was so inspired by the great presentation and exhibition. Yeah, and actually I am researching about the relationship between education and nuclear abolition in my school. And in Canada, everyone has a strong opinion and belief. Yeah, so I was so surprised. Yeah, I think Japanese student doesn't have a strong opinion, and everyone doesn't say their opinion. Yeah, I was so surprised. Yeah, and I think knowing and learning about nuclear abolition is the very important first step for nuclear abolition. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So yeah, if you have a chance, please get to know them. Their English is not perfect, but they've been studying so hard so that they can really come here to spread this message of peace and to make friends. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, and lovely to have you here. We are all very, very grateful to be sharing experiences. We have another mic over there. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
I'm a teacher advisor at the Exchange Met School just down the street, and I'm here with students from every grade. This is my first summit. This is not all of our first summits, and they really encouraged me to come out and to bring them as well, and so I'm very grateful for that, so thank you. Reflection on the day has been it's been really amazing to see not only the student leadership sort of bringing this thing forward, but also how much in my mind I have so much to learn on all these subjects. And so I've been really grateful to be in a room and be in a space where I'm able to share in the learning with all of you. So thank you so much with that. The intersectionality of climate change, of social justice, of all these things, and how the Nuclear Peace Summit and the concepts of removing nuclear weapons from our world intersect, and that is a bit of a linchpin for all of these other things, has been really enlightening for me. And I look forward to tomorrow as well. I know that a few of my students might have more to say. Matthew, would you like to say something? No, I'm okay. Are you sure? Matthew's been a champion for our school in this, along with a few others. So thank you, Matthew, for that. Nahum, would you like to say something?
Well, I've enjoyed so far the event. I really enjoy all this connection and showing how people from all across the world can agree on this very important issue, as well as how we can plan on moving forward with this huge problem, which kind of gives encouragement on, how to overcome this issue and many others that we as a species face.
Thank you so much for sharing. It was wonderful to hear from everyone. I think we have the mic over here now, so we'll just hear.
On? Oh, there it goes. Thanks, Avinash, for giving me the opportunity to share some
reflections, and I've really enjoyed just listening to so many articulate young people and knowing that you're not afraid to step into taking on this kind of an issue, and really appreciate all the comments, like others have said, of seeing the connections. And really just want to re-emphasize that it's not just your knowledge about the issues around nuclear weapons and proliferation of nuclear weapons and how that's connected to the economy and all those other things, but it's your skills to organize. And that's what I'm really optimistic coming out of this, is that there will be a network in Manitoba that will have reach across the country and internationally of young people that are committed and capable of handling these dire issues that we face. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Just over here.
Hi, from Niverville, Manitoba. We're a small school and really privileged to be here. Lots of good learning. I got a bunch of my art students here too, and I just want to give an aesthetic perspective. We're talking a lot about proliferation, about energy wavelengths, and the crazy thing about nuclear, you knew I was going to go here, is that you got things bashing into each other, splitting, and creating energy, releasing energy. And that's what networking is all about, right? That's what sharing your message is all about. You are actually hitting up against someone else, maybe causing a reaction, changing their identity through that interaction, and they go away different. So when some of these people connect, let's take that as a nuclear moment, right? It's actually something that is quite powerful. Those connections that we're seeing here, I just caution against making a poster, right? Because some of us social studies teachers, we met a little while ago at the Sage, and it was fascinating how all of us teachers were thinking, if we don't take action with all of this stuff we're seeing, it leads to apathy, right? If we don't actually move, if we're not galvanized by these interactions, we lead into apathy and depression. So our kids need to do something, and then it changes who they are, and it changes other people.
Thank you so much for sharing that words of wisdom and encouragement for everyone. Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you again for listening to me and such a generous feedback that I've had. What a wonderful comment for me to pick up on in terms of changing ourselves and changing others. Because the resistance, and here I'm going to speak as a parliamentarian, I've been listening to the comments that have been made in this last session, and I've also been texting parliamentarians, telling them about this meeting. And there's a huge gap, and that gap in terms of engagement by parliamentarians on this issue will only be closed by them hearing from you. You'll have myself and a small number of other parliamentarians backing you up. We'll be saying much the same thing. We'll be making much the same kind of request. But until there's an understanding of the extent to which young people, young leaders, and their allies, because this is intergenerational, folks. No generation can do this on its own. We are in this together. And until there's an understanding that young leaders and their allies across generations are not going away, are not going to be ignored, and are not going to be satisfied with minimalist responses or dismissive responses. And the information overload, the communication overload that every parliamentarian has to manage, and that's just the reality, folks. That's just part of being a parliamentarian. Getting through that barrage of all the other communications is seldom ever something that happens quickly. And the more of us that can stay connected through various means and hand off to each other, and if we can involve our parents or other family members, if we can involve friends, even to send one message, that eventually does make a difference. So thank you for everything I've been hearing. It is so inspiring. It is so hope-making, hope-building. And I really look forward to being back tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Senator.
We just have another student over here.
Yes, we do.
All right. Hello, my name is Christine. I'm a student from the Steinbach Regional Secondary School. Steinbach is about an hour out of Steinbach, or out of Winnipeg, sorry. This is our second year back at the Youth Nuclear Peace Summit, and I honestly love it because it is so refreshing to be in an entire hall full of people who share that same mentality that nuclear weapons should be abolished. And that's kind of rare for me because I think back to last year, I took a history class about the 20th century, and the final question on my World War II exam was an essay question. It was, did the ends justify the means? Should the nuclear weapons have been dropped? Was it the right thing to do? And I think about that question like a lot because it's a very complex question. So I asked my classmates after we took that test, and they all basically wrote the same thing. Basically, it was the right thing to do because it's credited to ending the war, and that it happened very quickly. Ending the war was quickly, and that it saved lives. But how could that possibly be true? It saved American soldiers, perhaps, but at the cost of thousands of Japanese citizens. So how could that ever be justified? Which is why, I love being here because it's so refreshing to see a room full of youth that share that same mentality, that nuclear weapons should be abolished. And I think one of my personal philosophies is that history is not learning facts, it is learning from the mistakes of the past. You should not be just learning how many people died because of the nuclear weapons. It should be the takeaway that it should never be done again. And I think that's what events like this are for, and I'm very grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. Do we know where the other mic is? Over here. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Lexi Christie, and I'm from Lord Selkirk, and I'm in grade 11. This is my first time ever being here, and I just find it so awe-inspiring how everyone has come here and taken their time to learn this information and find ways to put it back into the world, because we are not just students, we are also educators, and the more information we learn and put back into the world, whether it is just a social media post or something like this, the more information that other people can retain and the more eye-opening information there will be, and the more people that will join our cause. Because the more people that join our cause, the less people can ignore it, which I find is amazing. And it's just awesome to see so many faces here wanting to learn about this and wanting to spread the information about how nuclear peace is needed for the world to survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We just have another student over here.
I'm Chris. I go to Lincoln High School in Oregon. This is my first time actually ever in Canada. And I kind of just wrote down a little bit of a speech after hearing the senator talk. And it goes something like this. Fear is dangerous when the outcome is unknown. We build among ourselves and find a way to survive. Live the values. We are the leaders who will walk the world. We make the change. We are the peace. We are the next Martin Luther Kings. We are the next Marsha P. Johnsons. We are the world's hope. We will organize and we will be the hope in the world.
Thank you so much for sharing something personal like that. It's very beautiful. I really appreciate when we can kind of use our creativity to share narratives such as that I think did speak to a lot of people in this room. So I appreciate it a lot.
Hi, my name's Ella Omson, and I'm from River East. I just wanted to really say that it's really awe-inspiring to have so many people here and have so many intellectual conversations about real issues, and have everyone want to participate in this discussion and think about it as something that is an issue and not something to just be pushed aside after we leave here today. Secondly, I wanted to thank all the speakers here today and the presenters. You guys did an absolutely amazing job, and I'm really excited to take this back to my school and my friends and everyone who wasn't here today. Basically, what I wanted to say was that fear is a major factor in what drives us all here today. We are scared about our future. We are scared about what's going to happen now that our future is uncertain in a lot of places. And so fear is a big factor, but I think it's important, at least to me, to remember that hope is also a factor. We want our future to be better, and so because we see so many people today, I think it reminds us that there is hope, and we are all here working towards a better future. Thank you.
Hello? Is it on? Okay. Hi, my name is Karma. I'm from the Steinbach Regional School. This is my first time here. Honestly, this is kind of a point that everyone's made, but it's just really nice to be here and have people agree and actually talk about this, because it's difficult to talk about sometimes, because some people will avoid the discussion or just straight up just not talk. I said the same. But we're all here, and I think that means something. I think it's very, it shows a lot that we have so many young people here fighting for the future. We clearly want to make things right. We shouldn't have to be afraid of, actual annihilation. We should be able to live our lives, and having this discussion is just really important, honestly. So I think it's cool that we're doing that. Yay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, I just really appreciated being able to have really nice conversations with everybody and learn more about this topic that's a very prevalent issue in our society. And I think this opportunity, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be able to come here. I know there's only a few schools in the city are able to come here, so I think it's just a really nice opportunity for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts, sharing your opinions, and just generally participating in this sharing period. It's very clear that today was very impactful for everyone here. And just kind of as a note that I would like everybody here to know, I've had the privilege of attending the first and second meeting of state parties at the TPNW. I've been able to participate in international conferences, and at these conferences, they talk about all of you. They know that this is happening and this is receiving international recognition. So I really want you to go home today and tomorrow and think about how impactful this is, and you are setting a precedent for just how powerful young people can be and how important it is that the world listens, because the world is watching every one of us and what we do, and nothing you're doing today is going in vain. They're talking about you all around the world, and everyone knows that this is happening, and they're cheering from you from afar, even though a lot of them can't be here. So although there's maybe 150 of you in this room today, there's actually hundreds more behind you and supporting this work that you're doing. So just keep that in mind. You're doing really important work, and there is an international community backing you. So that kind of wraps up the presentation part of today and kind of a lot of the things that you've gotten to see and hear. Going into our next portion is the question, who here is staying for pizza? It'll be running from around 4:30 to 8 p.m. and you'll basically get to enjoy some pizza and games in the MTC classrooms, and just an opportunity for all of you to recharge, chat about what you've learned today, and also you will need, or you want to return the lanyards. Okay, also, if you do want to explore the museum, you will get an opportunity to do so by grabbing one of the lanyards. So that pretty much concludes our official programs for today, but I welcome all of you to stay for pizza and the board games and explore the museum if you haven't yet. Thank you, everyone. Also, please try not to lose your name tags. That's very, very important. So hold on to it and don't lose it for tomorrow.
They fund these sorts of research centers and institutes all around the world. They also provide scholarship funding. I believe Iguchi, who is presenting next, is a recipient of a scholarship when he attended Soka University in Japan. And then there are actually 40 plus affiliated research centers and institutes around the world that study and research Soka education, Daisaku Ikeda studies, Makaguchi studies, those sorts of things. We are the first research center along those lines established in Canada. In fact, we're the only one, I believe. So what are our objectives? Well, we primarily conduct research on Soka education. I'm sure that's a term that is largely unfamiliar with most of you in the room, and I'm sorry I can't get into that this morning, but later on in my slides you'll see some of our publications, and if you're interested, just get a hold of me. If you can't find them on the internet, get a hold of me, and I can certainly send you a link to the publications. The emphasis is on global citizenship. There is a great synchronicity between Soka education and global citizenship, and we aim to contribute to local and international discourse on Soka education and its practical application. So we're not a large research center. Our funding is not great. What I try and do is, and I do actually, recruit new students every year as research assistants, and we work on projects. We've had 27 to date, and what we help the students do is to acquire knowledge both about this concept of global citizenship and about Soka philosophy. And then we've been very fortunate to have published a number of our research projects in peer-reviewed journals. And so we feel that we've been very successful in disseminating this information and encouraging dialogue about Soka, which is value creation and global citizenship. So as I mentioned, I recruit new research assistants every year just to give as many students a shot at learning new research skills and learning about these concepts. We host a special lecture in November every year. We're having our 7th special lecture coming up on November 18th. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this towards the end because we're really honored to have someone who I'm sure many people in the room will know. And as I mentioned, we've been fortunate to publish our research in journals, and we present research at conferences such as this. This is some of the research that we have performed or conducted and had published. Our very first research was looking at how post-secondary education students and teachers think of experiential learning, but framed within Tsunesaburo Makaguchi's theory of value. Then a few years later, we looked at educators in Canada who teach or practice the philosophy of Soka education in their classrooms. We wanted to know what their thoughts were about how do they practice Soka education within a classroom environment that is not actually a formal Soka school. Our most recently published article was looking at Daisaku Ikeda's understanding of global citizenship from his very famous seminal speech that he gave at Columbia University in 1996 called Thoughts on Education for Global Citizenship. This is an essay. If you haven't read it, I would think it's worth your while to read it. He goes through the characteristics of a global citizen. He talks about different aspects of global citizenship education. And in fact, it is required reading, I believe, in all SOCA schools. I think all students know this essay or its aspects off by heart. And then lately, the last 3 years, including this year, we have been collaborating with Kansai Soka High School on a collaborative online project. And I don't know if Kaz and his students are going to talk about this. I hope if he does, I hope this is not too much duplication for you. But these are the issues that we have looked at. First, we studied the SDGs, and then last year we looked at nuclear disarmament, and this year we are studying some of Ikeda's important speeches on various global issues. So this is what I want to present to you now, is this particular cross-cultural collaborative project. I don't know if you've heard about this term, COIL. It actually started or was conceptualized at State University of New York about 20 years ago. Didn't have much traction until the pandemic hit, and then it's really taken off as a new pedagogy. And so it's called Collaborative Online International Learning, and this project that we have been doing for the past 3 years with Kansai Soka High School can be considered a COIL. So what is Collaborative Online International Learning? It's an innovative technology, and it requires the engagement of students from different countries or different regions or even states or provinces in a virtual learning environment. The nature of the collaboration can take many forms. It can include online discussion, which is what ours has, video conferencing, class-to-class meetings, working projects, as long as it's largely online and collaborative. And the projects can vary in different formats. They can be synchronous, asynchronous, from anywhere from a few weeks to many months to the entire semester. So it's wide open in terms of how it is operationalized. In our particular COIL, as I mentioned, we have students, we engage with students from Kansai Soka, and then our students, these are a couple of photos from when we visit in February as our sort of final capstone. We take from the virtual to the actual in situ, the physical. We actually meet with the students, not on a tiny screen. And so what the project involves is students meeting on a monthly virtual basis. They do research, they have small group discussion on selected topics such as I mentioned, the SDGs, nuclear disarmament, and inspirational essays from Daisaku Ikeda. And the capstone is I take the students to Japan in February during our reading week, where they meet the students, they have a tour of the school, and then we do other cultural things, like we do visit Hiroshima, which is a very important aspect of this trip. These are some of the benefits that we have found over the years, and are well versed within a COIL project. Students improve their collaboration skills, their research skills, their presentation skills. Of course, they gain direct exposure to another culture. They develop a greater understanding of global issues. And they promote this research in venues like this or in local conferences. And what I want to do is show you a couple of the previous projects, just to give you an idea of what they've been doing. This is an excerpt from a project that our students did 2 years ago on global citizenship. Oh, sound's not on. Can we have a techie? Is there a techie in the room?
everyone. I'm Abby.
I'm Riley. My name is Wala Yasin.
I'm Anna.
And I'm Olivia.
And we are the research assistants at the University of Guelph Humber with the Soka Education Research Center on Global Citizenship. Together with my fellow research assistants, we have created a video in which we asked people we know about their understanding of global citizenship. We asked them 3 questions. What is a global citizen? What does a global citizen do? And what is the difference between a regular citizen and a global citizen? Here are some excerpts of their responses. We hope you enjoy this video.
What is a global citizen?
A global citizen is someone who, in addition to contributing to their community, they try to contribute to the world at large and help the world.
Global citizen is someone who looks beyond the boundaries of their own community or their own country to see what's happening in the greater world at large and how they...
What does a global citizen do?
They take an active part in serving, first of all, their own community and home, and then they go beyond that and they try to reach other areas of the world with several kinds of ideas, projects and ideas that will benefit the whole world, not just their community, and considering all cultures and all different kinds of people and ages and so on. A regular citizen probably just doesn't reach beyond their own community and their own home. They probably just limit themselves. Global citizen is thinking of the world at large, I'd say.
The global citizen has to be more active because they have to actively look for global communities, whereas a regular citizen, because of the proximity to their community, they're quite close with the people, so it's not that hard to be a regular citizen. But yeah, I think a global citizen definitely has to do more work in terms of being a global citizen.
Global citizens they tend to be a lot more involved in the world around them, whereas a regular citizen might just sort of keep to their own community or even just their own social bubble. A global citizen tends to have more world-centric ideas, more intersectional, I suppose, with lots of, they're concerned about a lot of different kinds of people as opposed to just who they know.
Okay, so that's just a little snippet of this video. What the task was, these are students who were not all that familiar with global citizenship, and so I asked them to go out and interview people with those 3 questions, random people, because it was right at the cusp of COVID. They weren't random, they were family members. But it's a great way for students to gain a perspective of global citizenship just by asking other people what their thoughts are on it. Whoops, move on to the next. I'm going backwards. All right. Just quickly, some student testimonials from the project. We have, you give me a signal, Avinash? No? Okay. You can read this for yourself, but these are some interesting comments from the Kansai Soka students about what benefits this project brought to them. And then from the University of Guelph Humber students, what we have found is that even though the age difference is not that significant, so because we're dealing with senior level students at Kansai Soka, and then my students are anywhere from 2nd to 4th year, so the age difference is not that great, but our students tend to take on a mentorship role with the high school students. Now, I'm not sure if that's the age difference or the status of the university student or the culture. It could be that as well. But at any rate, that's one of the benefits that my students have reported, that they really appreciate taking on that mentorship role. Now, this is a project that has direct relevance to you folks in this room. This was last year's project from our research assistants. This is about 7 minutes, and it's a very compelling video that these students made. Again, we're not as well versed on nuclear issues perhaps as other jurisdictions are, although my students' research may contradict me on that when you hear theirs. But these research assistants did not have a clue, if I can say that, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, about all the issues with respect to nuclear, but this project really helped them, and you'll see in this video how.
I'm Nathaniel with the Community Social Service Program. You're a fellow Winnipeggan. So I'm here with Beatrice of the Kinesiology Program and Julia of the Psychology Program at the University of Guelph Humber. And we're excited to present our research. This is actually on peace education in Ontario, and it's guided by Isaac Bukeda's vision for global citizenship. So our team was inspired by the powerful vision of Isaac Bukeda, who's a global peace advocate and educator. He emphasized that education should go beyond academics, and he believed that true education has the potential to inspire peace, empathy, and a deep understanding of humanity. So our video here explores how Ontario's education system and initiatives align with these ideals by integrating peace education into its curriculum. And this encourages students to become active participants in creating a more peaceful world. So we hope our video will spark thoughtful discussions today on the importance of peace education, and also how schools generally can continue evolving to meet the needs of a diverse and globally connected student body. So we're thrilled to share our findings with you and hope you enjoy. Let's begin.
Listening to our video. We know that the world faces conflicts both across Turtle Island and at the world at large. As people who are in school, either learning or educating, we all know of the massive impact that peace education can have on the principles and qualities. Peace education uses this impact to shape our culture to foster an atmosphere of sustainability, harmony, and justice. Education is the one route to long-lasting peace due to the interesting quality of peace. That means that each person, each generation must make a conscious effort for peace every single day. And that's how we live in a peaceful society. And now to pass it on to the next team to explain to us the importance of peace education in nuclear disarmament.
Good morning, everyone. It's so great to see all of you today and just be part of such an amazing conference. It's amazing to see how many people are so passionate about the same issue. And today we're going to be discussing the power of peace education in nuclear disarmament. While we're not experts on nuclear disarmament, we're passionate about creating lasting change. We believe the principles of SOCA education can play a key role in addressing the challenges of nuclear weapons and contributing to disarmament. So, before we start today, I'm just going to introduce our presenters. My name is Ashna, and I'm a fourth-year kinesiology student at Guelph Humber.
My name is Lanaya. I'm a third-year community social services student at Guelph Humber.
My name is Deborah. I'm a fourth-year psychology student at University of Guelph Humber.
So, to guide our presentation today, I've come up with a few key learning outcomes. First, we'll explore how peace education plays a crucial role in nuclear disarmament and how it offers a long-term solution. Second, we'll connect peace education principles to the nuclear disarmament movement. And finally, we just hope to inspire a personal commitment to peace building, which is already here, so I'm kind of preaching to the choir, and hopefully encourage you guys to start conversations and apply peace education in your life. So, without further ado, let's get into our presentation. Nuclear weapons have been a global concern for decades, but why are they so pressing? I will now hand it over to Lanaya to discuss the various threats and potential consequences of nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Ashna. So according to the United Nations, nuclear weapons are the most destructive and dangerous weapons on the face of the earth. There has been two major instances where these nuclear weapons have been used, which we discussed today and yesterday, which was Hiroshima, Japan, and a few weeks later, Nagasaki, Japan. Both of these bombings caused massive destruction and loss of life, leading to widespread suffering, long-term health consequences, and extensive environmental damage. Given that these two bombs were dropped in 1945, one can only imagine how destructive and powerful a more modern nuclear weapon would be. As a result of nuclear destructive power, nuclear weapons hold, the impacts are not only immediate, but also long-lasting. Nuclear blasts caused by nuclear weapons produce lethal amounts of ionizing radiation. Radiation exposure can cause severe life-threatening health issues like cancer, genetic mutations, birth defects, and in most cases, immediate death. The produced nuclear waste can further contaminate our soil, air, and water, which is necessary for all life on Earth. As we continue to analyze the health and environment impacts, we realize that they are closely linked and affect each other. The contamination that affects, as I've said, the environment and communities. Although nuclear weapons have only been used twice, their development continues globally, despite no immediate need. As countries build nuclear arsenals to strengthen their military might and nuclear weapons increase, the increasing risk of accidental losses and miscalculations can be caused, resulting in unintended casualties. This causes us to question if possessing these weapons is a need. Shouldn't governments prioritize the safety of their citizens rather than risking it? Through dissecting the catastrophic effects of nuclear arms, it is evident that advocating for peace and nuclear disarmament is crucial. So as we move to the importance of advocacy, I want you all to remember that advocacy for nuclear disarmament is not merely a political issue, but rather a humanitarian and environmental concern. Advocating for disarmament contributes to environmental sustainability by reducing the risk associated with nuclear activities by promoting a healthier planet. By working together towards a nuclear-free world, nations can prioritize diplomacy over military might, addressing other pressing global issues like climate change and humanitarian causes. So after learning about principles of social education in our research, we propose that peace education can be implemented and used to pave a future that embodies the values of the nuclear disarmament movement. Now you may be thinking, why do we believe that peace education would be so successful, or even what is peace education? Peace education is an education that revolves around understanding the necessities for peace and trying to achieve peace. It is a type of learning that takes place outside of the traditional classroom environment and aims to cultivate skills of nonviolence communication, critical thinking, and empathy by teaching students peaceful and harmonious society can be achieved in nonviolent ways. The core values of peace educations include respect for human rights, social justice, nonviolence, conflict resolution, and empathy. These values collectively aim to create a culture of peace and mutual understanding in both locally and global contexts.
Okay, so when comparing and contrasting the principles of SOCA education and peace education, there's actually a lot of similarities that we see. SOCA education is founded on peace, human rights, and the sanctity of life, promoting a humanistic approach to education. It nurtures individuals by cultivating 3 core human values. The 3 core values include upholding the dignity of life and respecting humanity, respecting individuality and empowering them through education, and opposing violence and aiming to address global issues peacefully. Essentially, SOCA education encourages individuals to see themselves as citizens of the world with an allegiance to humanity. We live in an incredibly diverse world, and we're so privileged to have that. And SOCA education aims to instill the idea that a spirit of shared humanity paves the way for a peaceful and inclusive society, along with individuals who have a sense of ownership for their actions. As mentioned before, peace education promotes the understanding of diverse perspectives, dialogue, and critical thinking to foster a culture of peace and mutual understanding, both locally and globally. So on the Venn diagram beside me here, based on the principles of SOCA and peace education, we can actually say that they're very similar in nature and share a common goal of nurturing individuals who can positively contribute to society. The only difference that exists between peace and SOCA education is their approach to education. Peace education focuses on value-creating education, which Dr. Sherman touched on a little bit earlier, while peace education has a stronger focus on addressing violence and advocating for human rights. However, at the end of the day, these strategies converge to nurture active global citizens. Now, a lot of you are probably wondering, why are they even talking about SOCA education if their presentation, the title is peace education? I promise we have a point. So seeing as SOCA education has been successful in creating individuals that practice active global citizenship, like at Kansai Soka High School in Japan and in Malaysia, We strongly believe that peace education in school curriculums can have a similar effect towards the nuclear disarmament movement. The second question a lot of you probably have is, why do we even think education is a key to this? From the perspective of students, we truly believe in this idea of you don't know what you don't know. So without education on issues like nuclear disarmament, a lot of students are going to remain unaware of their significance, and educating students on these topics is the key to fostering informed citizens who can drive positive change. To explore education's role in raising awareness on critical issues like peace building, we actually surveyed secondary and post-secondary students. I'm now going to hand it off to Debbie to talk about the results that we saw.
We surveyed 30 students from the University of Guelph Humber and Kansai Soka High School about nuclear disarmament and the effect of nuclear warfare on the world. We aim to understand how education shapes perceptions on nuclear weapons and their global impact. The findings revealed a significant lack of knowledge on nuclear disarmament, with most students relying on news and social media for information and showing limited awareness of international disarmament organizations. In fact, only students who received Soka education had prior knowledge. One student said, "Don't build my happiness on the misfortune of others." This gap in knowledge suggests that while the topic is exposed, the quality and depth of the information needs reevaluation, with greater emphasis on global peace education as seen in Soka education. Students sought answers to questions such as the limitations of nuclear disarmament, the decision-making process, the importance of disarmament, and the associated advantages and disadvantages. Overall, students expressed concern about nuclear warfare today and want to take action but don't know how or where to start. And this is due to their education not equipping them with the means to make the changes they want to see in the world. Here are some comments from students we collected during the survey. Beside me, you can read students' comments about achieving world peace, highlighting 3 key themes: communication and compromise, nuclear disarmament as a path to peace, and strong leadership. Based on these findings, we believe peace education can effectively raise awareness around nuclear disarmament and create a path to a nuclear-free future. Unlike traditional education, which focuses on classroom learning, peace education connects global issues to personal experiences and communities. It helps students critically examine injustices and violence while developing ownership of their actions and understanding their impact. This approach has a ripple effect on the surrounding community, leading to lasting peace, not temporary solutions. We feel like everyone has a strong understanding of peace education and what this type of education is. But what does it look like? Peace education, while similar to traditional education, goes beyond subjects like math and science by focusing on soft skills such as conflict resolution, empathy, and respect for diversity. Educators model healthy conflict resolution and respectful dialogue, guiding students to take ownership of their actions and collaboratively find solutions. Instead of punishment, they foster experiential learning through assignments that promote critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity. This approach encourages respect for differing opinions, nonviolent conflict resolution, and active participation in addressing community issues. So, when should peace education be implemented? Peace education is for everyone, but introducing it in schools at a young age is especially impactful because childhood is when key identities and values are formed. Schools are a place where children spend a large amount of their time. Therefore, the time they spend in these institutions can shape their social and cultural values, norms, and attitudes. By embedding peace-building values within the curriculum of formal education systems, we could change the fate of our world. I will now pass it off to Lanaya, who will talk more about examples of peace education in the real world.
Thank you so much, Debbie. So, from what you've learned from our presentation, you might think that this concept only works in theory. However, there's actually already programs in place globally that can attest to its efficiency. For the sake of time, we're only going to highlight one, which is UNICEF's program of Learning for Peace. It aims to empower children, caregivers, communities, and local and national institutions to manage conflicts in a peaceful way. They promote this by the well-being of communities and children around the world. The program is centered around a number of key objectives and truly embody everything that we've mentioned in our presentation about peace education. Conflict prevention transformation involves equipping individuals with the tools needed for nonviolent resolutions and addressing the root causes of conflict, strengthening local systems, and promoting peaceful coexistence. When considering how these objectives are met, UNICEF has cultivated some unique ways, such as workshops and training, community dialogues, and partnerships. Now, this all seems way too good to be true, but it is no surprise that the outcome of this program was absolutely incredible. Although there's no specific statistical figures, UNICEF saw an increase in resilience, empowered youth, and as well as a cultural shift. The reason why we highlighted this program is because it demonstrates that peace education is an attainable and realistic goal. The success for UNICEF's initiatives shows the potential for similar programs to be developed and integrated into educational systems worldwide.
Okay, so after reading about UNICEF's program and reflecting on the survey results that we got from post-secondary and secondary students, our group wanted to implement a peace education initiative at Guelph Humber. Although it's not a part of a strict curriculum or no professor is really teaching this, we believe that small discussions are just as impactful as the big ones. That being said, we've created a Discord channel that allows students interested in the nuclear disarmament movement to share their thoughts, ask questions, and connect with like-minded students. We will be moderators of this channel and will post helpful resources, host meetings, and just create a space where we foster this open dialogue and people don't really feel uncomfortable having these conversations. And this is open to everyone, and this includes you. So if you guys are interested in joining this Discord channel and being a part of these conversations and being connected with University of Guelph Humber students and Kansai Soka students, please reach out to us and find us. We're at that back table over there. We're more than happy to talk to all of you. And we're so excited to start these conversations. Peace education can transform our future by making nuclear disarmament a reality and a new norm. By challenging stigmas and societal norms, it nurtures a generation committed to peace, diplomacy, and a nuclear-free world. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for listening and for this opportunity to present to all of you today. And we hope you feel inspired. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's have another hand for the presenters. Excellent job. I do want to give you a little bit of background. So these projects, as well as the previous two on global citizenship and the nuclear disarmament, these are all autonomous projects. So the students are involved in these virtual exchange meetings with Kansai Soka. So they're learning about the topics, dialoguing, learning about how other cultures' perspectives, and we do a lot of reading. They had an extensive amount of reading over the summer on these topics. We meet every 2 weeks on campus to talk about select readings. And then they go off and do these projects on their own. I have very little to do with it, thankfully. I offer guidance, some editorial changes, but these are completely autonomous, independent projects, very organic, and they're done in a very short period of time, probably too short for your liking, because of course they have all of their other studies, especially our fourth-year students who are thinking about graduating and what am I going to do for the rest of my life. So I think kudos to them and their predecessors for doing amazing jobs on these projects. So that's really, I think we have a few minutes if there are any questions. I'm not sure. I don't want to edge into Kaz's time, but I think we're supposed to end at 10. We have 1 minute, 2 minutes? We're done? We're done. Oh, we have time. Oh, we have 10 minutes. Okay, well, that's a long time. So does anybody have any comments or questions? Yes. Please direct them at my students.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much, all of you. I think this question is a little more directed towards Team A. When you were searching the curriculum throughout the province of Ontario, can you give us a sense of how widespread the peace education is? We saw the UNESCO, we saw Ontario curriculum, we saw the Indigenous reference, but 10%, 100%? Thanks.
So there was a really serious time constraint on the program evaluation we were able to do. We were able to do the Ontario Social Studies program, off the top of my head, UNESCO, Truth and Reconciliation, the IB schools, Eco schools, Lanaya, what was the...
In terms of like the range, there wasn't too many, but like what we had, it showed that most of them were actually doing more so implementation, if you think of it that way. So if we're thinking of, let's say like the history, geography, social studies program, so that's something that like some schools had, some didn't, and so it was more so trying to implement it on a wider scale.
Another, in my research project, what I really talked about and tried to extrapolate is a big flaw in the Ontario program is there are things in the curriculum that is about peace education, but a massive issue is there is a failure of teacher education. So there are teachers who are who educate themselves in their personal time, and they're able to really give a good peace education program that is written in the curriculums. But because a lot of teachers are not instructed by the government, they don't have the support for teachers that the teachers need. They're just not able to support the students to give a very solid peace education program.
Okay, thank you for that question. Any others? Like students in a classroom, they're going, "Don't pick me, don't pick me."
My name is John Hayden Petruka, and I attend Lord Selkirk Regional in grade 12. This question is directed for Team B. You guys discussed the benefits and improvements observed from UNICEF's peace program. What was the age group of the program, and what was the age range of when this program took place?
Yeah. Well, the program by UNICEF actually speaks to what we said, that peace education, there's no really right time. So it was for everyone from children to older adults of the community to mothers and caregivers. They really wanted to show that every single person plays a vital role in this dynamic of the peace education efforts. So it was everyone. It was for everyone. And that was quite one of the things that actually drew me to including that in the presentation, because I think it's really, really beautiful. Over there.
Yep. Sir, go ahead.
Okay, just a quick question. I'm more curious about the fact that you're all coming from very different post-secondary backgrounds to this issue. So if you could maybe just comment on what brought you to the issue, how that sort of works with you being in different programs, and then how maybe you could see using what you've learned as you go forward with your careers.
Yeah, I'll pass this down actually, because I think we all have very different stories that brought us here. I'm in my 4th year of the kinesiology program, and I'm hoping to pursue medical school after this, so I'm in that process of applying. But I really do believe that being a physician for the community and a physician for this country requires you to have a really good understanding of issues that affect humanity. Being a doctor is not just about being able to prescribe medicine, but it's about being able to show your community that you understand their struggles. And nuclear disarmament indirectly ties into health, and it can increase the number of health inequities that exist. So I think this is just going to allow me to be a more well-rounded doctor and a well-rounded person who can serve my community properly.
Okay, so for me, I am in my 3rd year of community social services. I'm still in kind of that gray area of what I want to be in the future, but my hopes is actually counseling, so I'm kind of the odd one out. I believe that it is important to know that nuclear disarmament is deeply rooted in social service work, and if my dream is to be a counselor, it's important to know that I can help people that face traumas from different perspectives, different outcomes that have been resulted due to peace or due to their rights being taken away, and I can come from a perspective of global citizenship and take the initiatives of Soka Ikeda's teachings and implement that into my how I help them. So that is what drew me to being a research assistant, and being part of this amazing summit today was really just being, as Ashna said, a well-rounded individual, and hopefully a better aid to those who need them.
So I have personal interests that kind of intersect. Starting off with the whole human rights aspect of it all. I was born in Cuba, so then it was the whole central part of my life was like, I had no human rights there, and there's no rights, and so my whole life has been about trying to make sure everyone has rights and making sure there is a free world, the freedom that I never saw my family get. So that's kind of like what draws me towards the whole nuclear disarmament movement and everything like human rights centered. And I have background as a daycare teacher, so then that kind of got me into Soka education and peace education and all of that because, in psychology, because I saw that children weren't someone to be talked down to. They're kind of like someone to lift up with you, and we would learn and grow together, and it was just like a very mutually kind of symbiotic kind of relationship that I really, really, really appreciated. So then I decided to go into psychology, and now I'm in my 4th year. And I kind of, because of the summit, I kind of don't know what I want to do anymore in the best way, because I feel like I can do something in education, but also something with human rights, and I feel very inspired, I will say that. So that is my little take.
Okay, so my background is kind of diverse as well. I actually did a legal assistant program here in Winnipeg at the Red River Polytechnic. And then I went on to the University of Manitoba, and I moved to Guelph, Humber. So I kind of have a mediation background for family mediation. So I'm in my 4th year of community social service. So I kind of intersect everything where I have like a policy, like a love for policy and policy background. So I like being in rooms and spaces where we can have these discussions, like these are important things. And I think Soka education is about value creation. So this is something that can be implemented in various networks. So I'm doing my master's in public policy next year. So this is also another thing, another takeaway that I'm bringing into that further aspect, another bigger area where most of these discussions will be had on a political level. So yeah, that's also another reason why I'm here.
My name is Beatrice. I'm a 3rd year kinesiology student, and I could see that Kaz and his students are on his way, so I'll keep this short and cute. What brought me to this whole topic and just Search GC altogether was my curiosity. Much like what they said in their presentation, you don't know what you don't know. And honestly, I didn't know that much about nuclear disarmament until I saw the email. So I really, once I started getting into it and reading all these research papers and all these topics come about into like Google, I just thought, hey, maybe this is something that I want to put my voice into, kind of share it as well, and all the things that I've learned across the board. So it's really cool just to see everyone come together, hearing everyone's story. It really did motivate me and inspire me even more to continue the conversation. So I'm just glad to be a part of this whole thing.
Thank you. I've sort of grown up in a very left sort of area. I think I attended my first protest when I was about 7 years old, when they were trying to close down a zoo. So I honestly, seeing all of you talk, I really relate to when I was your age, I was very similar to you. And Search GC has really allowed me to broaden my more radical areas where I exist in my more personal life to a more academic sense. And I'm hoping to take the knowledge that I've learned here to bring radical change to the world. Thank you.
Testing. Okay, now I can sing. So good morning, everyone. We are from Kansai Soka High School in Osaka, Japan. We are a UNESCO school as well. So for many, that might sound alien. So I would like to first start by saying we come in peace, or I bring you peace. My name is Kaz Iguchi. Please call me Kaz. I teach as an English teacher, English as a second language teacher at Kansai Soka High School. And I also coordinate our global citizenship program called Learning Cluster. So through this program, a dedicated team of 20 students delve into global issues, exploring them in English. Personally, I'm a researcher myself. I research about pedagogy and global citizenship education, currently pursuing my PhD at DePaul University in Chicago. I'm deeply passionate about the power of education and its potential to shape character and instill values that can make a positive impact to our world. This is my third summit, and it's actually my first time experiencing winter peg without snow. So, third time is really the charm. I'm incredibly grateful to the summit organizers for this opportunity, not only for myself, but also allowing 2 of my students to attend this year, a long-awaited dream. This is, so as their English teacher, I often remind my students that English is not a subject to study, it's a tool. And the real question is, what will you use it for? Language is a bridge, a skill for sharing your message, learning from others, and building our own character in the process. One of my favorite quotes and guiding principles in my life is, "For what purpose do we cultivate wisdom? May you always ask yourself this question." This quote captures the spirit of our Learning Cluster program and why we encourage students to learn and grow beyond the classroom. When I began teaching these students in April, they couldn't speak English nearly at all. They have worked unbelievably hard so that they can stand here before you today and share the gems that they found through their school experience. Their English may not be perfect, and it might take some patience to understand them fully. But please bear with them and listen carefully, as they are determined to share their heartfelt message of peace to the best of their ability. And now, it's time for me to introduce the secret weapons of mass creation I have brought to Canada. Representing the Learning Cluster and the entire student body of Kansai Soka High School, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce to you Hiroko and Hideo. Take it away.
Hello everyone! My name is Hideo Hamazaki.
And my name is Hiroko Yamahashi. We are students from Kansai Soka High School in Japan. First, we want to thank you for this special opportunity. Today, we will share with you about our school's educational efforts towards nuclear abolition.
As you may know, Japan is the only country where nuclear weapons have been used in war. To help students understand the devastating impact of nuclear weapons, most Japanese schools include a visit Hiroshima or Nagasaki as part of their curriculum. However, despite these efforts, many young people in Japan actually show very low interest or concern about nuclear weapons. Some young people don't even know when the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In fact, knowledge about war among the Japanese population has been declining over time. You might assume that Japan's education on this topic is highly developed, but in reality, that's not the case.
However, many students at Kansai Soka High School share strong interest in nuclear abolition. This is quite different from other students across Japan.
Our school provides a unique form of education known as Soka education. Soka means create value, which is now spreading around the world. Kansai Soka Junior and High School is one of the institutions that practice Soka education. From here, let us introduce a bit about our school.
First of all, our school offers a wide variety of club activities, 61 in total. This makes us the #1 school in Osaka for club options. Among them our dance club, which I am a member of, stands out as one of the most popular clubs, having won the national competition multiple times.
Another unique club we offer is the Model United Nations, MUN. In this club, members discuss global issues in English. As a member of MUN myself, I participate in Model UN conferences where students research and debate important topics like environmental issues. These activities deepen our understanding of global challenges and broaden our perspectives. Most students at our school participate in a club activity. Why does our school offer so many clubs? Because soccer education places importance of fostering character through these experiences. Our clubs help students develop their personalities and unique qualities, allowing each of us to grow through shared activities and challenges.
Our school is surrounded by nature, as you can see in this picture. The campus is surrounded by over 800 cherry blossom trees, which bloom beautifully in the spring, creating a stunning view. This environment provides a relaxed and inspiring setting for learning.
Another attractive feature of our school is close bond between each other, especially our teachers. We believe our teachers are the best in the world because they are deeply committed to education and dedicated to helping every student succeed. This strong relationship plays a role in promoting students' learning.
We also have a unique curriculum. One of the highlights is the University Partnership UP program. Through UP, we have the opportunity to attend lectures by professionals from around the world who come to our school. They share the latest global information, helping us gain a deeper understanding of international issues. This program provides us with valuable opportunities to learn about the world. For example, in one class during the first semester, a representative from an organization who built a school in Syria came to our school and gave a lecture. Before listening to the lecture, we thought Syria was a very dangerous country. However, we learned that Syria is actually an amazing country, where people are very kind and friendly. We were surprised and shocked to learn about the current situation there. The speaker said, some refugees even have the latest smartphones. People with smartphones can also become refugees. So, war is not something that happens in poor countries, but can happen anywhere. He added, you may have a negative image of Syria, but actually, Syria was very peaceful and a developed country. We need to get rid of these stereotypes. There is a lot of information available now. Some of it is true, but much is not. So, take action and find out for yourselves. Such opportunities create a strong impression on many students and give us more meaning to study harder.
In addition, we have other great opportunities through programs like GRIT and LC. Global Research and Inquiry Time, GRIT, is a unique educational program at our school that addresses global issues across 4 key areas: development, peace, human rights, and environment. Just last month, we learned about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW. In this class, we had discussions on whether Japan should join the TPNW, considering the perspective of nuclear deterrence and Japan's relationship with the United States. Through discussions about the TPNW, I realized that Japan holds a crucial position in nuclear abolition. If Japan joins the TPNW, it could shift the momentum towards nuclear abolition. We believe that Japan has an important mission in the movement to abolish nuclear weapons as the only nation to have experienced atomic bombings.
Learning Cluster LC is a program consisting of 20 students, and we are also members of this group. Once a week, we engage in discussions about global issues in English. In the first semester, we cover topics like global warming, human rights, nuclear abolition, and peace. Now, in the second semester, we have the opportunity to create our own research topics from areas that interest us. Here are the topics. Should the world establish a world government? What kind of education is necessary for nuclear abolition? Does anime and comic books influence gender inequality in Japan? How does soccer education in Kansai soccer schools contribute to solving educational problems in Africa? How should the UN contribute to enhancing trust and promoting dialogue among nations? My research project is on what kind of education is necessary for nuclear abolition. In our research, we will compare different educational systems to identify the most effective approaches for promoting nuclear abolition. One key aspect of this relationship is the power of youth. Many young people today feel powerless, believing their influence is minimal. However, I truly believe that youth have the potential to change the world. By raising our voices, we can make nuclear abolition a reality.
I am currently researching why a world government cannot be established. First, are you familiar with the concept of a world government? I believe most people may not have heard of it. The idea of world government was once advocated by Einstein, and through studying it, I realized that such a government might be essential for world peace. In my research, I am examining two aspects: practical challenges and spiritual challenges. What kind of problems can the UN not solve? What kind of mindset might people be lacking? I would appreciate any insights you can provide.
In addition, our school offers many opportunities for fieldwork. These fieldwork activities are conducted from 4 key perspectives: development, peace, human rights, and environment. From the perspective of peace, our school organizes fieldwork in Hiroshima. During the Hiroshima fieldwork, students learned about nuclear weapons by visiting the atomic bomb dome, participate in peace forums, and conducting surveys. After returning from the fieldwork, students share their experiences with the school community and hold workshops which play a crucial role in spreading awareness and fostering a culture of peace. Here is a comment from a student who went. I learned many important things through Hiroshima fieldwork. First, my views of nuclear weapons have changed. Before going on the fieldwork, I learned about nuclear deterrence theory, and I was somewhat convinced. Although I knew how inhumane nuclear weapons are, I couldn't refute against the idea. However, through hearing the testimonies of hibakushas, visiting the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, and listening to the poems of survivors, I was disgusted that we can justify having weapons that has the power to make people suffer this much. A world that has such weapons exist is like letting evil exist. This made me realize that international security that depends on threat is not correct. And that true international security should be based on trust.
Second, I learned what was truly behind the war. As I studied more and more, I felt that every single person on both sides are all victims. Who or what is behind all of this tragedy and misery? I think it is fundamentally hidden in the egoism and selfishness that we all have in our minds. When we have thoughts that justify the suffering of others in order to protect oneself, that sad spirit is the true cause of war. The first step towards world peace is to overcome our own egoism and have the strength to be considerate and caring toward others. Without this heart, we will continue to repeat the same tragedy. Also, LC went to Tokyo fieldwork this summer, and now we'd like to share our experience there. We learned many things from 4 perspectives. From the perspective of peace, we attended lectures by former UN staff members on positive peace and negative peace. Do you know the definition of peace? It was defined by Dr. Johan Galtung, and his definition was very new to me. I used to think peace just meant no wars or conflict. However, I learned that we also need to address structural violence like poverty and discrimination created by societal structure. My definition of peace has changed dramatically through these experiences.
Lastly, CIF is also a crucial opportunity for students to learn about nuclear weapons. A student who participated in CIF said, "At first, I wasn't very concerned about nuclear weapons. But after joining CIF, I realized the importance of speaking up about them. I also noticed that in Japan, we often focus on the history of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But we also need to understand the current state of nuclear weapons. This experience broadened my perspective on this issue."
So far, we have shared about our educational initiatives, but you may be wondering, what is Soka education and how it plays an important role for nuclear disarmament? From here, we will explain Soka education from 3 key perspectives: our school's motto, the concept of a global citizen, and the vision of our founder.
At Kansai Soka High School, we all treasure this school motto: never build your own happiness upon others' misfortune.
What does this motto mean? It represents the core of our peace education and is our most important guiding principle. Our actions, thoughts, and attitudes are all shaped by this belief. The famous writer Leo Tolstoy expressed a similar idea, stating, "One must not build their own happiness on the misfortune of others. True happiness lies within the happiness of others." If everyone embraced this mindset and act with consideration for others, we believe it is possible to abolish nuclear weapons and achieve world peace.
Now, let us introduce the educator who established this philosophy, Tsunesaburo Makiguchi. Soka education is rooted in the philosophy of value creation, which was created by Makiguchi. Are you familiar with Kant's value theory, which focuses on truth, beauty, and good? While Kant's theory is well known, Tsunesaburo Makiguchi proposed a different approach: beauty, gain, and good. In his theory, good refers to pleasure perceived through our 5 senses. Gain is whether value benefits the entirety of one's life. And good is the same, but on a larger scale that includes one's community and society at large. This concept may sound complex, so let's explain it with an example. Imagine there are diamonds and a glass of water in front of you, and I ask you to choose one. Most people would pick their diamond, but if you were in the middle of the desert, would you still choose the diamond? Probably not. Most would choose the water. This shows how value can change depending on the situation. In other words, we have the ability to create value through establishing and deepening relationship. Value is not something inherent in an object. It arises from the relationship between us and everything around us. This is the essence of value creation and defined by Tsunesaburo Makiguchi.
The second president, Jose Toda, inherited Tsunesaburo Makiguchi's philosophy and fought to create world peace. One of his most famous speeches is his declaration calling for the abolition of nuclear weapons. He says, "I want to expose and rip out the clothes that lie hidden in the very depths of such weapons. Anyone who jeopardizes the light is a devil incarnate, a fiend, a monster. Because we, the citizens of the world, have an inviolable right to live." At that time, many believed that nuclear weapons were necessary for maintaining peace. However, Jose Toda's vision was ahead of its time, as he argued for a world without these destructive weapons. Of course, the existence of nuclear weapons is evil. However, what is even more evil, he said, is the mindset of people who create and justify nuclear weapons. This is what we call nuclear deterrence. Nuclear deterrence justifies the existence of nuclear weapons, which is why we must abolish not only nuclear weapons themselves, but also the very idea of nuclear deterrence. Now, I'd like to discuss what we call absolute evil. You may feel this is a strong expression, so let me explain. Why did he call it absolute evil? This is because his mentor, Tsunesaburo Makiguchi, believed deeply in the dignity of life. We will go into more detail on this concept later. The dignity of life was core to his beliefs.
Nuclear weapons has the power to kill large number of people in an instant and take away the limitless potential of their victims. In other words, nuclear weapons violate the dignity of life, making them absolutely evil. We must also establish this shared understanding of nuclear weapons across all societies. We know the facts about nuclear fusion. The truth itself has no inherent value. Its value depends on how it is used. Nuclear technology could cause harm, but how can we use this truth in ways that benefit humanity? To share these thoughts, we must engage in dialogue. Jose Toda entrusted young people with a mission to spread his message to the world through dialogue. This is why we must achieve nuclear abolition.
He also spoke about the idea of global nationalism. What does this mean? In 1952, he advocated this idea, emphasizing that everyone on Earth belongs to a single community that transcends nationalities and borders. This belief was inspired by his mentor, Tsunesaburo Makiguchi. For its time, this was remarkably ahead.
Adapted from these ideas of global nationalism, the concept of global citizenship also greatly influences our education, as the goal of Soka education is to foster contributive global citizens. In 1996, our founder, Daisaku Ikeda, introduced the idea of global citizenship for the first time at Columbia University. A global citizen is a person who embodies wisdom, courage, and compassion. The wisdom to perceive the interconnectedness of all life. The courage not to fear or deny difference, but to respect and strive to understand people of different cultures and to grow from our encounters with them. The compassion to maintain imaginative empathy that reaches beyond one's immediate surroundings and extends to those suffering in distant places. We will explain these elements.
First, let's talk about the concept of wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of life and the ability to use that understanding to create value and promote peace. First, let's talk about the interconnectedness of life. Our lives are connected in many ways. For example, we cannot survive on our own. We need each other's support. Our food is produced by others. Our clothes are made by others. And even the ingredients in our meals come from various sources. Those who recognize this interconnectedness are less likely to want to start a war. Next, it is important to understand how to use knowledge to create value and promote peace. In modern times, many people confuse knowledge with wisdom. Wisdom is not merely having knowledge. Knowledge alone cannot create value. Therefore, we must use our wisdom to determine how to apply our knowledge for the sake of peace and how to create value that contributes to harmony in the world. This is the essence of true wisdom. The world needs people who deeply understand this concept and use their wisdom to promote peace.
Next, let's talk about the concept of courage. Conflicts often start from misunderstandings or stereotypes against other countries or ethnic groups. Some may think we are better than others. This kind of thinking is the true cause of conflict. To prevent this, we need to understand each other on a deeper level. We believe that this common understanding is the key to resolving conflicts.
Next is compassion. Compassion means imagining and empathizing with the feelings of people suffering in distant places and cooperating with them. We must have a strong sense of responsibility as we all live on the same planet. Right now, many people are suffering from discrimination, poverty, and war. Many are losing their lives. We must realize these issues are not someone else's problem, but our own. This is a compassion that every global citizen must possess. Ultimately, global citizens must contribute 4 key areas: development, peace, human rights, and environment, guided by the 3 essential qualities of wisdom, courage, and compassion.
Next, let's talk about our school's founder, Daisaku Ikeda. He is a dedicated advocate for peace and education, holding an impressive 409 honorary academic titles. He has engaged in dialogues with renowned individuals who have contributed to world peace, such as Rosa Parks, Nelson Mandela, Dr. Krieger, former president of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and Dr. Rothbard, the only scientist who left the Manhattan Project, and countless other world leaders. Now, we will share one of his poems which expresses his heart for peace.
The purpose of life is to become happy. The purpose of life is to fight against and win over the darkness of misery. Nothing is more sad than war. Nothing is more cruel.
How many tears have mothers had to weep How many precious seasons of youth have been ruined? How much happy laughter of children has been lost?
Change history.
Move the age.
Bring the world together.
If winter comes, can spring be far behind? Now is the time to boldly sing a song of the springtime of peace. The deeper the darkness, the closer the dawn. Now is the time to sound the bell, opening the dawn of peace with all our might.
Peace is not something far away. Peace is caring for and valuing a single individual. It is bringing joy, not suffering, to our mother. It is reaching out to those who are different from us. It is having the wisdom to build friendships after an argument.
Peace is a brilliant light that humanity seeks. Peace is a sure path to a life of true humanity and dignity. Peace, peace, here we find the foundation for lasting human happiness and the joy of true human victory. His perspective on peace significantly influences our education. Soka education aims not only to produce intelligent individuals, but also to cultivate people who are committed to world peace.
He said, now is the time to shift our focus from national security to human security. Today, most nations prioritize only their own interests, which often leads to the justification of nuclear weapons. We need a new perspective that centers on our shared humanity. This thinking is rooted to placing our importance on the dignity of life. Iguchi emphasized that human development will progress from militarism and capitalism to eventually humanism. Humanism is a way of life where people are not treated as a means to an end. For what purpose do we cultivate wisdom? We should always ask ourselves, is it truly for humanity? Why am I participating in this summit? Why am I studying? Why must we abolish nuclear weapons? It's not for profit. It's not for one religion. It's not for one culture, ethnicity, or nation. It's for humanity. It's for world peace. This way of life is humanism. These are the values that Dr. Ikeda lived to spread.
Nuclear weapons are solely used to protect individual nations. Its purpose is for one nation. They neglect our shared humanity and our dignity of life. This must change immediately. We need a perspective that prioritizes all of humanity. Now is the time to make nuclear abolition a turning point in the way we think about security.
Therefore, Soka education, which focuses to foster contribute global citizen based on deep understanding of our humanity and the dignity of life, is essential for abolition of nuclear weapons. Education, of course, takes time, but we believe it is the most certain way and the only way to cultivate young people who will be at the heart of a new era.
We believe Soka education can play a key role in the abolishing of nuclear weapons because its core philosophy is based on the dignity of life. This concept of dignity goes beyond just respecting life. It involves believing in the unlimited potential within ourselves and others. Nuclear weapons do not just take away lives, they also deny the potential within each person. Recognizing this, Josei Toder declared that nuclear weapons are absolute evil. He believed that every individual possesses tremendous inner power. To live with the dignity of life means not only believing in our own potential, but also recognizing and trusting the potential in others. However, many young people today struggle to see their own potential. This lack of belief can be seen as a way of hurting their own dignity.
Dr. Daisaku Ikeda has said, the power of youth is the greatest power, and he also sees youth as our hope for the future. The answer to nuclear abolition is not with governments or the United Nations. It is with us, the youth. Let's take action toward nuclear abolition and strive to transform ourselves through human revolution, all in the name of protecting the dignity of life. By transforming our own hearts, we can truly change the world. Dr. Ikeda said, each of you has a mission in this lifetime that only you can fulfill. Each of you has a life that only you can live and from which you can create something of value. We live in an era where nuclear weapons exist. Each of you has a mission to help abolish them. This is our responsibility and one of the most important missions we face. Together, let's spread the values and potential of Soka education and the dignity of life around the globe. Lastly, I would like to close by sharing with you the following quote. A great human revolution in just a single individual will help achieve a change in the destiny of a nation, and further can even enable a change in the destiny of all humankind. Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you, Hiroko and Hideo. It was their first time seeing a standing ovation yesterday, and they were telling me, wow, that's amazing. But you got one. Thank you so much. Thank you. What time is it? Are we okay? We have 15 minutes. So, thank you so much for listening. I myself am amazed at what they were able to do. When they first gave me their presentation, it was already finished. And when I looked at the finished product, I had nothing to say. So this is purely their work, and I wholeheartedly congratulate them for all of their work and hard effort. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I cannot imagine, I'm an English speaker because I grew up in Toronto, but imagining that you are learning a new language April this year and then being able to present something like that. They studied really hard so that they can really share with you the messages that they really think are important. And so thank you so much once again to the summit organizers for bringing us here. I hope we were worth it. Thank you. So their journey still continues as they just finished making research questions, and they have a survey which they're doing to collect data. If it's okay, we kindly ask you to participate in our research. So the one on the left is the world government, and this is Hideo's research. And the one on the right is about nuclear weapon and education from Hiroko. And both of them at the end have a comment section where you can write your comments or reflections about the presentation that you just heard from them. So you can do that for either of the survey. The one on the left doesn't take as long, so if you start with the left one, and then the one on the right, it takes a bit of patience because it is a little long, but your input in the survey is truly valuable for their research. So we ask kindly that if you could participate. And we have 15 minutes for Q&A, and also love to hear your reflections as well. And so I invite the students to participate in this Q&A. And if they need, I'm here for them to assist them with any language. If I need to translate, they can speak in Japanese. So is there anybody who would like to ask questions or provide any food of thought from what they've heard? And thank you for passing the mics. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emily. I'm a grade 12 at the Maples Met School. Let me just first say that you two are so well spoken for just learning English since April, and I'm just wondering a bit of what your process was to come to from not knowing much English at all to being able to present and talk so eloquently to us today.
The motivation of learning English is, I want to interact the people all over the world in the future. That is the motivation of learning English. Yeah.
Yeah, I think studying English is not purpose. Yeah, English is my tool to convey my my philosophy to everyone. So yeah, I think many people can't speak Japanese, so I have to tell my idea in English. So so my school's thought is amazing. So I want to tell this thought everyone. So I can study hard for world peace.
Yes, thank you. He also wants to add something.
すみません、日本語になるんですけど、本当にどれだけすごいものを持っていたとしても、英語が話せないとその土台に立てないっていう悔しさがあって、実際その LC で英語が話せなくて自分の思っていることが伝えれなくて悔しい気持ちがあったんで、それで頑張りました。
So learning, no matter how much you study and you have something to say, if you don't have the means to convey it, if you don't have the language skills to convey it, you can't share it with other people. And I witnessed this so many times when I was studying English as a Learning Cluster member, trying to do research and learn and also share, but unable to do it because of the lack of language skills. So I strived my best to study really hard so that I can bring a message today.
すみません、日本語になるんですけど、自分たちの学校の創立者が語学の大切についてをすごい私たち生徒に呼びかけてくださっているので、自分もその心を受け継いで語学を勉強しているっていう理由もあります。
So the founder of my school, Daisaku Ikeda, constantly encouraged us to study languages so that we can play a part as a global citizen in the world. Yeah. Okay. You can see I'm a teacher because I'm multitasking, taking pictures and translating. And all right. So thank you so much. Next, I think we have. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. My name is Ivan. I'm a teacher in Steinbach, which is just outside the city, about an hour. Thank you very much for that presentation. It looks like you're getting an amazing education. And your presentation mentioned a few different speakers. with different backgrounds, and I was just wondering if you've had any speakers at your school that have really challenged your critical thinking or your worldview. Have you had any speakers that have maybe been hard for the student body to digest? That's my question.
Like hard to kind of...
like challenge the critical thinking, maybe challenge the embedded ideas. Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand?
日本語ですいません。自分は会ったことがないんですけど、ネルソン・マンデラっていうその人のその生き様というか、その人に本当にめちゃめちゃ印象というか、すごい触発を受けました。
So it might not exactly be somebody who I personally met, but studying the life of Nelson Mandela truly changed my life.
僕たちの関西創価高校には負けじ魂という本当に開校してからずっと受け継がれている不屈の精神があります。
So at my school, we emphasize a lot on never being defeated, to having an indomitable spirit.
で、このスピリットを僕はすごい胸に刻んで生きてるんですけど、やっぱり困難にあった時にどうしても乗り越えられないなっていう時があります。
So I deeply engrave the spirit in my heart and try to practice this in my daily school experiences.
そんな時に、彼のドキュメンタリーを見て、本当に困難にあった時にどう乗り越えていくかっていうその勇気の大切であったりとか、その心の強さっていうことが大事なんだっていうので、本当に自分の生き方が大きく変わった瞬間だなと思っています。
And life is full of obstacles and challenges, and you are constantly challenged. And I feel that by learning about his life and his indomitable spirit, I have been able to overcome many difficulties in my school experience, and I'm very grateful for that.
自分も偉人になるんですけど、ヘレン・ケラーっていう人に自分はすごく感銘を受けた人です。
So for me, learning about the life of Helen Keller truly influenced my life.
3つのそのすごい見えない、聞こえない、話せないっていう障害を乗り越えても世界中の人々に希望を与えた彼女の姿を読んですごく感銘を受けたし、自分も本当にどんな障害があっても世界中の人々に励ましを送れる人になりたいなって思いました。
With all the difficulties that she had not being able to see and not being able to hear, despite all of that, she was able to truly live a life of purpose and to spread messages of peace throughout the world, and I truly admire her for that.
私の大切にしている言葉の一つに困難は宝、苦難は宝っていう言葉があるんですけど、それはどんな障害があったとしてもネガティブに捉えるんじゃなくて、これは自分を成長させるものやと信じて頑張ることが大切っていうのをあって、それを、ヘレン・ケラーもそうですし、その苦難は宝っていうのをモットーに頑張ってます。
So one of the messages that I really have engraved in my heart is that obstacles, challenges are a treasure to your life. And I, similarly like Hideo, I have been able to overcome many of my challenges with this kind of spirit.
Hi. Am I doing this right? Am I speaking here? All right. I'm Henry. I'm just from the Exchange Met School close by. I would like to ask, just like a collective question for all of you, how long do you think it would take to establish a successful, functioning world government?
How long will it take to establish a world government, do you think?
どれぐらいかかるかってことですか? Yeah, actually, I don't have enough information about world government, but my teacher who researched about many kind of philosophy, he said world government, that kind of idea is quite 時代のすごいなんか100年200年先の本当に思想だっていうふうに言われてて、自分はこのワールドガバメントっていうのが絶対世界平和に必要になると思ってるんですけど、自分はまあそうですね、200年はかかると思います。
So my teacher constantly tells me that establishing a world government is something that we cannot do probably in our lifetime. It'll probably take hundreds or 200 years for humanity to even reach that level of our humanity. And my guess, he says, is 200 years.
で理由が本当にワールドガバメントってなると本当に全員が納得して団結しないといけないものなので、本当にどこまで対話を広げていくかってとこなんで、今のところこの考えを唱えている人っていうのは本当に少ないので、いかにこの人を広げて自分だけじゃなくて何百人何千人と一緒にこういうふうな平和な思想を伝えていけるかって考えた時に200年ぐらいになるのかなって考えています。
So there's a reason behind why I say 200 years, is because in order for a world government to form, we all, the citizens of the world, have to be united. And in order to do that, we have to hold sincere dialogue. And so this one-to-one, heart-to-heart relationship takes time to build, but that's why I feel that it will be a long challenge, but I'm certain that we can reach there.
We have one right here.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm a grade 10 from the Exchange Met, and I just want to say your presentation was amazing, and I think it's really interesting, and it's a really cool thing. I'd love to learn more about it, and your English is so good for how long you've been learning it.
How long have you been learning English?
Yeah, 4 years, but yeah, actually maybe 6 months. Yeah.
In Japan, students learn English from elementary school, but it's really for like tests and not really practical. So when I met with them in April, that's when we really started to have them use their English. And all of my classes, we read materials and we have discussion questions and we just have a dialogue using English and to learn from each other and let our thinking also grow in the process as we learn together. So, yeah.
築く土台を築く時期やと思ってて、だから自分は部活を通して人格を磨いたり、対話とか友人との対話を通して本当に価値観とかを広げていくことがすごく大事なことかなと思っていて、もちろん勉強も第一で頑張ってるんですけど、勉強以上にやっぱりその人格を鍛える人格を鍛える時期かなと思っています。
So I really think that youth is a time for us to really build our foundation in life. I do this through club activities and through studying. She's a member of our dance club. And I really feel that through club activities, I can really nurture myself as a person and develop character. And also by holding dialogue with my friends, I learn more and more about the values that are important to them and myself. So not just studying to become smarter, but also challenging and experiencing many things so that I can build my character is very crucial as I lay the foundations of my life in my youth.
ちょっと本当に似てるんですけど、その青春時代っていうのは本当に心がなんかあまり情緒が不安定な時で、本当にいろんな壁にぶつかる時だと思うんですけど、それらを乗り越えていく日々を送っていきたいなって思ってるのと、本当にこの学生時代、青春時代にやっていかないといけないと思うのは、この卒業した後いかに世界でいろんな人に貢献していくかっていうことが大事なんで、本当に言われてた通り単なる知識ではなく、それらの人をどうやって助けるかっていう知恵を、だから自分はその学校の勉強ももちろん大切なんですけど、こういう人たちの対話であったりとか、そういう人で自分の価値観を広げることによって将来への本当に世界市民として本当に全員に貢献できるような人材に育つための、人生において土台基礎となる部分の、時代な時なのかなって考えています。
I have a very similar thinking as hers, but I think that youth is a time when we are constantly overwhelmed by the complexities that we face. We're not stable, but each time we confront our obstacles and struggles, we are able to form our character and to become people who, I think is crucial, to become people who can actually contribute. So not to just gain knowledge, but to really cultivate our wisdom through these kind of turbulent times that we face as youth. And to have this strong spirit of what can I do to help other people, and expanding our values in this way to becoming a global citizen, so that I can really lay this foundation in my life while I am young, so that I can actually play a role in this world in the future. Thank you so much. So lastly, I want to introduce to you a quote. So in yesterday's teacher's workshop, a part of this quote was mentioned from John, and it's by Einstein. The release of atomic power has changed everything except our way of thinking. The solution to the problem lies in the heart of mankind, of humankind. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I was asked to buy something on Amazon. The solution to the problem lies in the heart of mankind. If I had only known, I should have become a watchmaker. And the last thing I want to say is actually in my iPad over there. Could you grab it for me? I came across this morning, and I want to finish with this because what the students mean for me, what education means for me is empowerment. And what these students mean for me is tremendous hope for the future. And so I want to finish with you this quote that I read today, this morning. The noted pacifist scholar Johann Galtung tells young people, we must be realists in our brains while keeping the flames of idealism burning in our hearts. Both of these, to see the world as it is and how it could be, are essential to reform. A firm hold on reality should not entail being swamped by or resting easy in the status quo. To pioneer uncharted ways requires that people today keep the lamp of optimism lit. And that's exactly what I see in these students. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
A research fellow at the Hiroshima Peace Institute. His research focuses on youth involvement in nuclear disarmament, aiming to better understand how and why young people join or create anti-nuclear organizations in a decades-long movement that has grayed, having less and less young people join the movement. Due to the aging of hibakusha, Franco's research interrogates what we can do to make the movement more sustainable, preserve the memory of the use of nuclear weapons, and include younger voices in the field. In 2024, Franco spent 3 months residing in Hiroshima, Japan, conducting interviews with anti-nuclear youth organizations from multiple cities. Towards the end of his residency, Franco participated in the first Youth Leader Fund for a world without nuclear weapons. So if we could all put our hands together and welcome Franco to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. That's me. I'm Franco, and I'm very glad to be here for the second time in Winnipeg. Last year was amazing, and I met wonderful people, and I'm so happy to be back. As I was introduced as a PhD student, but I'm also in training. I'm being trained as a historian, and today there's 3 things I would like you to remember from my presentation. The first one is that the history of nuclear weapons is full of young people. It is youthful. Nuclear weapons are a field that is just dominated by so many young voices, faces, and life stories. The second thing I would like you to remember is that we are at the beginning of this history. This past 80 years is just a very short amount of time, and I'm going to explain why that matters. And the third thing to remember is that if you can leave a record of who you are, why you're here, and then use that record for your initiatives, history then becomes an avenue for empowerment. So yeah, as I said, part of the outcome of my research empirically is that I'm trying to create this archive that records and preserves the life stories of young people who are opposing nuclear weapons today, so that in the next 10, 20, 50, 100 years, we can look back at what was happening here and now in Winnipeg and, understand what you were doing here. So what do I mean when I say that the history of nuclear weapons is full of young people and youthful? Usually, there's a saying, I think, by Ralph Waldo Emerson that says, there is no history properly, there only is biography. We learned today about Daisaku Ikeda, we've learned about, some of the founders of who made nuclear weapons, for example, Robert Oppenheimer, the politicians, right? When we learn history, we hear about Churchill and Truman and Stalin, and even today, we hear about Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un. Like, it seems like history is so much about these prominent figures, prominent scientists, prominent politicians. And that is partially why sometimes we feel like we cannot influence these decisions about nuclear weapons. Another problem with history is that if they are not telling us the story of these biographies of important people, they are telling us the stories of what happened to places. And in Hiroshima, especially in the West, when we hear about what Hiroshima is and what happened in 1945, we have this bird's view perspective, or God's view perspective, if you may, of a place that no longer is. It was not a city that was just destroyed, it was erased from the map, and therefore erased from history too. It is a photo in black and white, and the most important aspect of this image is that you don't get to see any human being in it. There is not a single person in it. There's no fish, no animals, no greenery, and this is usually how we teach the history of nuclear weapons. But nuclear weapons and its history is about what happens to ordinary people like you and me here today, or like those who were in Hiroshima before the bomb was dropped. A lot of these people in Hiroshima were young people playing water sports, people from the Noboricho Girls Elementary School that you see on the right photo, and a few young boys that you can see there. It's so fascinating to me how this history, even though it seems so far in the past, it still applies to us today, because one of the reasons why there were few boys in Hiroshima in 1945 is because Japan was fighting a war that was, taking time. And as time went by, the government needed to recruit more and more soldiers to fight in the war. And that meant that people who were 18, 17, 15, 12 began to be not just recruited, but trained for war. And if you go to Japan today, you can still see this exhibition that tells the story, the biographies, of people who were perhaps 11 years old and were already being trained to belong to the Atsuki Corps, which is a group of child soldiers who, they were not being trained for kamikaze airplanes, but they were being trained for ships on the sea that would crash against enemy ships on water. And once the atomic bomb fell in Hiroshima, these young people, as it says over there, walked through the city of death. So among the first people to provide rescue services and medical treatment and transportation and restore communication were young people. Young people today fighting wars or fleeing from wars are also making history today. And this is why this history being youthful matters. This is why youth nuclear peace summits are necessary, because at the end of the day, a lot of the people who will be affected if a nuclear weapon is used are young people. This photo was given to me when I was in Japan this summer. It's by survivor Kazuhiko Futagawa. And once again, when we focus on history, not about what happened to places, but what's happened to ordinary people, then we begin to wonder, who is this person? What did it feel like to have a gun on your right hand and a sword on your left hand with a military uniform at that age? Why was this happening, right? And we can only ask these questions thanks to the records that we have kept. If survivor Futagawa had not kept this photo or someone else given to him, this would have been lost from our historical record. Similarly, those people who survived the bomb were young people too. On the left, you see Yukiko Fuji, and on the right, you see an anonymous person. We don't know who she is, but she is wearing a school uniform right there. And this is only one of two photos that we have about August 6, 1945. We don't have any other visual evidence of what it was like to be there and then on the ground. Young people, as well, have become source of knowledge in the sense that they were among the first people, humans, among the first humans to experience radiation. On the left, you see a 21-year-old soldier whose skin was developing what is known as in Japan was known as the dots or spots of death. And he died the day after this photo was taken at age 21. And on the right photo, you see Toru on the left, who's 7 years old at the time of the photo, and Aiko, who's 9. Toru passed away 4 years after, aged 11, and Aiko passed away 20 years after this photo, aged 29. Once again, what makes someone an expert is experience, and these young people knew what it was like to experience the effects of radiation in their bodies. And because young people were a source of knowledge, a source of data, then they also became long-term medical subjects. And the lifespan study was started by the United States in 1950, and it continues today. And it's our gold standard. This is how we understand what radiation does to humans. Because what medical staff and scientists have done is to create this correlation between your radiation exposure and any likelihood of mortality or disease. And they've done this by interviewing people soon after, in 1950, asking, where were you when the bomb fell? Were you in your school, in your house, at a museum? Was this building made out of wood, glass, concrete? And through distance and shielding, based on these interviews, we have been able to estimate what radiation does to you based on distance and shielding. And this study is the golden standard because it's longitudinal, right? So starting with young people like the one you see on the screen, following them through consecutive interviews throughout their life. But if they had not been interviewed as youth, we would not know what it was like in 1945, 1946, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This study of radiation ignores fallout. So for any other survivor of nuclear testing or mining, which some of you have described in your presentations, it is still a lot more controversial what radiation does to humans. And that's why the General Assembly recently passed a resolution to create a new scientific report on what nuclear war would, what the effects of nuclear war would be today in the world. Young people have also been sources of testimony, right? So most of the survivors who are alive today, and Masako commented on this a little bit, can remember what it was like to recover from 1945. The photos you see on the screen are from what they used to call blue sky schools, because either there was no building and students continued to go to school, or there were buildings that were heavily damaged, but they still continued to go to school. We can only know what it was like to be a student under these conditions through youth testimony, right? Through youthful memories, through interviewing you and your memories. Some of the people who survived the war, even if they were not in Hiroshima, became orphaned. There's an exhibition here called Everything You Treasure, and some people lost their parents, their siblings, their families, which was perhaps one of the things they treasured the most. And having lost their parents, they were, forced to seek for means for surviving in Japan. And I believe, Hiroko, you mentioned comics. And this comic is very famous in Japan. It's known as Barefoot Gen. There's also an anime if you're interested in seeing it. And it's an autobiographical comic book, right? So it tells the story of one survivor, Keiji Nakasawa, and what it was like to survive and then, experience the restoration of peace in Japan. And the person you see on the screen is a fictional character called Ryuta, who's holding a gun on the right hand because in order to survive, he had to violate the law. And in the story, he actually kills one or two people for food, and for his survival after the bomb fell. And this history, when I say that the history of nuclear weapons is youthful, I don't mean to say that it's just about Japan. If you Google what the age of the crew members of the Enola Gay airplane were on Wikipedia, you'll see that they were in their 20s. The youngest crew member of the Enola Gay was 19 years old, and the oldest one was 43, but doing the math, they averaged to 27, which by most standards today are young people. And what happened then, I've been showing you a lot of black and white photos, but it continues to affect young people today, as I showed you in the first screen, and as you may have seen in the Nobel Peace Prize announcement, there was a group of young people sitting next to this survivor when it was announced that they were going to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And you may wonder, who are they and why were they there, right? And being able to answer these questions matter, and you can only answer them through biographies, through telling us who they are and why they're there, which some of you have also mentioned today, so that's great. So that was my first point. This nuclear weapons history is full of young people, past and present. The second point I wanted you to remember is that we are at the beginning of this history, and perhaps some of those of you interested in biology know that mammals, the mammalian species, on average, has lived on planet Earth for about 1 million years before going extinct. That includes the Japanese wolf, or some of the California grizzly bear, or some other animals that I've shown you in this screen. And those lines represent how much time 1 million years is. Homo sapiens, like the one you see on the screen, has been on planet Earth for 300,000 years. That's about a third, right? So that means that if we expect to live an average mammalian species before going extinct, before climate change or before anything else renders us extinct, that means we still have 700,000 years of history to write. That's a very, very long time. And nuclear weapons have only been with us for 79, almost 80 years, which is that small line you see there spinning. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the history of nuclear weapons. And what that means is that the decisions we make today about nuclear weapons, or what we do not do, will affect countless, countless generations. Hideo, 200 years is just 2 of those bars for world government. It's not a very long time, so it's definitely within reach if you want to work for it. And I have colored what 100,000 years look like after current history, because as some of your presentations also described this, we're trying to store nuclear spent fuel in what we call permanent repositories. But permanent repositories, the only one that exists is in Finland, and it's supposed to last 100,000 years storing our nuclear waste. And that means that even if we abolished nuclear weapons in the next 200 years, we would still have burdened 100,000 years of humans with our waste and with making sure that it remains safe. And that is the question of whether or not we can safely say that that's possible. So just like the decisions made in 1945 continue to affect people in Nagasaki around the hypocenter right there, which is that obelisk, who are commemorating August 9 and the people who died. It also continues to affect young people who are trying to abolish nuclear weapons today, not just the memory, but also trying to take action for a better future. The reason why these young people were next to the survivor when the Nobel Peace Prize was announced is because they belong to a group called the Hiroshima and Nagasaki Peace Messengers, and they collect signatures every year on the streets for nuclear weapons abolition. Since 1997, I believe. So it's a very recent group, right? Less than 3 decades. And the way we remember and are remembered matters for all of us and for our connection to land, right? Imagine that you could not go to the graveyard of your father or your sibling, your grandparents, because of fears of radiation. This photo is taken after Fukushima, the Fukushima disaster, and in Japan there's a holiday known as Obon, and it matters a lot to be able to have this connection to your ancestors and to your land, and it's not always possible after nuclear accidents. So what can you do, right? The third thing I wanted you to remember is that history, being able to access or create historical records, is an avenue for empowerment. And I want to give you a few examples for things you can do before you end this summit. As I said, I'm a historian, and if you look at the records we have of nuclear weapons development or opposition to nuclear weapons, you see that there is not a single interview in here that takes the life story of someone who's young and opposing nuclear weapons. For a reason that many people cannot explain, we wait until the end of your life before we ask you to tell us who you are and what kind of things interest you. There are exceptions. There are peoples whose biography have been recorded while they were still young. You may recognize that name, Sadako Sasaki. She survived nuclear weapons aged 2 and died 10 years after age 12 from leukemia. And she is famous because she popularized the folding of origami paper cranes for wishing for peace. And the reason, again, why this popularization of this origami folding became so widespread around the world is because her story of who she is narrated in more than 20 languages. And we can spread the book about her and her life also by visiting the Children's Museum, right? This museum has a sculpture of her holding a paper crane on top in the Hiroshima Peace Park. And young people from all over the world come and deliver strands of 1,000 paper cranes to the extent that this is one of the most popular monuments in Hiroshima. It's expensive to preserve monuments, and so the Hiroshima government actually uses some of the tax money to preserve the A-bomb dome or some of the other monuments. So one thing you can do if you will reach to your representatives is to require or ask that some tax money is used to remember whoever you want to remember and however you want to do this. There are schools founded under Sadako Sasaki name. There's one here in France called École Sadako Sasaki. And it is my understanding that there's a new room that is going to be opened in the museum. And I would encourage you to, even brainstorm, how would you like to name this room or any room in your school or in your cities? It matters how we remember, and that's why actually some of you are wearing a red poppy, right? We have reasons to remember people in the past, and how we do this matters. So yes, Sadako Sasaki biography matters, but actually it wasn't her who popularized the story, it was her friends. And their names are not so popular, but when she died, Sadako, they said, we must do something for Sadako, and then went on to the streets and fundraised money to create that monument that I was just talking about. So I would argue that it was their organizing and their activities that allowed the biography of Sadako Sasaki to reach us today, all of us today around the world. There are more young people who are less famous, but they still have an impact on wanting to be remembered. And not all of them are necessarily victims or survivors of nuclear weapons. So this one is called a statue of a boy. It's anonymous, it's not any single person. But underneath you see a scripture that says Heiwa in Japanese, or peace in English. And it was crafted by Taeko Sugawara, who's a 6th grade. And then I would like you to take this message as a form of like being able to reinterpret what it all means to you. And this is another monument to the Korean victims of 1945 in Hiroshima. The turtle is one important symbol of Korean nationality in Korea. And you can see that young people have come here to deliver strands of paper cranes like the ones folded by Sadako. But if you look closely, you would see that in this little box, there are not paper cranes, but paper turtles. And what that means is that there are young people coming to interact with these monuments and reinterpret what Sadako Sasaki's message was, and to include how we commemorate the Korean victims who died in Hiroshima. And this is something you can do with the own history that you care about. I saw in a school 2 days ago, there was some art on the walls of the school. And it reminded me of this program in Japan where young people meet for a whole year on a weekly basis to listen to testimony from survivors. And they create sketch after sketch after sketch of paintings until at the end of the year, they have this one painting. And then they exhibit it on their schools and in museums. And the most important part of this for me is that through the creation of this painting, sometimes they enable memory. So that means that the survivor will be like, oh, I had forgotten about this. Sometimes the survivor is able to remember something that happened in 1945, a color, a smell, a sound, through the painting made by young people. So young people don't have to just be recipients of testimony or history. You can be enablers of this history. And you can use technology for this, right? So there are, I would encourage you also to be more ambitious about how you use technology and not just restrain yourself to social media, but for example, use AI. There's an initiative to provide color to photos in black and white with AI. And therefore, now you can see that this watermelon looks so much more tasty, and there's a feeling of temperature and humanity that is just increased by the color in the photos. And this was an initiative by Anju Niwata, who's a university student, but of course you could do this in high school as well. I was introduced as someone who went to Japan with the Youth Leader Fund for a World Without Nuclear Weapons, and this program will continue for 6 more years. So if you want to go to Japan, and if you will be between 18 and 30 years old in the next 7 years, you can apply to this program, and the government of Japan will fund you to go to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you don't think you could go to Japan, or if you try and don't get accepted, you can still engage in virtual reality tours through museums like this one. I believe that will work perfect. So from your computer, you can access these museums and explore them in your own time. I believe it's onefuture.jp. If that's not correct, then just catch me out after the talk, and I'll share with you the proper link. And there are also virtual reality goggles. So when I was in Japan, I saw that sometimes they would take tourists to the monuments and then use these VR goggles to show you what it was like to be in Hiroshima before, during, or after the bomb. And these goggles have only been used in Japan. And so I asked the Hiroshima government, can I take one of these goggles to the UK? And they said, well, we've never done this, but let's see. Let's try to explore this. And we did it. So that's me holding the VR goggles in Keele University in the UK. And we were the first institution to ever bring these goggles outside of Japan. And I actually tried to bring them here to the Youth Nuclear Peace Summit, but they didn't let me. But I'll try again for next year. Or if you want to bring them to your school, send me an email and I'll tell you who to talk to so that you can request them. If all of that seems like too much to do, you can also grab your phone and download an app, which was created by a youth-based organization called PCV. And you can also do virtual tours from your phone and even hear survivor holograms. So I took this video from my phone here in Canada 4 days ago in Toronto. And what I'm about to do, I'm going to skip this.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Hiroshima, site of...
You can explore this app on your own time, but basically there's also AI chatbots being trained on survivor testimony so that you can, anywhere in the world, chat with a survivor even after they have passed away. And Japan has done an amazing job in preserving this history, in preserving the biographies of survivors and in preserving records of what happened in 1945, and that's why all of this is possible. And I believe, I could have told you the story of Leko Shanjain, who was a Marshallese, who was 1 year old when the 1954 hydrogen bomb was tested in the Marshall Islands, and then passed away 18 years later from leukemia, just like Sadako. But a lot of these places have less resources and less interest around in the public or less awareness. And what I would like you to think about is whether you could create or engage with these histories about survivors of nuclear testing or miners or military officers and veterans and politicians or students and teachers, and who are all of you who are present here today, and what kind of life story you can tell that survives time so that in the future we can know what you were doing here today. So that's me, that's my presentation. Yes, the history of nuclear weapons is youthful, it is full of young people, but we don't always record or preserve your life stories. We don't always know who you are and why you're here. We are still at the beginning of this history, and that means that our action or inaction will affect countless of future generations. And history is an avenue for empowerment, so please tell us how you want the Youth Nuclear Peace Summit to be remembered. And I'm here in Canada doing interviews with young members of this summit. So if you or your teacher is interested in having your life story being archived at Keele University, please let me know, and I'm happy to help you make that happen. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, our days are winding down, but I'm hoping that we all get the energy and we end it on a very good note, an optimistic note. We've learned a lot these past few days. Just like Rooj said, we're now at the action planning workshop. So I'm Bea. I'm the education coordinator from MARL, the Manitoba Association for Rights and Liberties, and our organization deals with human rights education and advocacy. And we'd love to support you as advocates that you are and the activism that you will do after the summit. And Rooj, if you want to introduce yourself a little bit in the background of how you got here.
Of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Rooj. And yeah, this is my 4th year at the summit. I was here at the very first summit that ever happened, which was a really big milestone. And it's what got me introduced to all of this work, which is such a phenomenal thing. And until this day, all the wonderful people that supported me, such as Senator McPhedran, Estelle, Maureen, David Newman. There's a lot of people here who were there with me from the very start. And they're here with you today as well, guiding you along the way and helping you find your path towards what action means to you and where you want to see yourself in the future. And today I'm coming to you as a youth coordinator with Reverse the Trend Canada, an organization I urge each of you to maybe look into if that's something you're interested in pursuing further in terms of climate advocacy, nuclear disarmament, and utilizing art in your advocacy efforts. I'm really happy to be here today and be a part of this workshop and get to guide you guys with Bea on what we're going to do together and maybe where you might see yourselves in the future. You want to explain the workshop?
So right now, Somto, our amazing communications coordinator, is handing out our papers and the materials that you will need for this workshop. So by now, each school should have an envelope with dots in it. Each student will receive one, and we'll use that later on to vote for our top goals. You'll also be receiving a paper where we will be writing down our goals. And lastly, the important part as well is we have evaluation forms which will help us with future grants. So kindly, if you like, please, we'd appreciate you to fill out the evaluations, the Youth Take Charge evaluations, as we were kindly supported by the Government of Canada. But yeah, so today's, this portion of the day will be the action planning workshop. And before we get down to writing down our ideas and the goals, the inspirations that you've all taken into considerations from these past few days, the workshops that you had yesterday, think about the wonderful keynotes that you've all heard from Marco, Senator McPhedran, Kaz, and your students. I've heard that you had an amazing presentation this morning. So think about all of the presentations that you've heard from, the workshops that you've attended yesterday. Start thinking about what kind of actions can we do as a collective, or can you do in your community, in your schools. So before we get started, our next slide will actually be kind of feeling out the room. So, Rooj, sorry, the next one? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so what we're going to have you guys do first is participate in a Mentee. Have you guys done a Mentee before? Raise your hand if you've done a Mentee. Okay, so maybe for those at the table that have tried it before, maybe guide the people around you. You're going to scan that QR code and it's going to take you to a page. And on that page, you're going to be asked the question of what does taking action mean to you, every one of you. Each table, as we can only have 50 responses, I think each table should have 2 people taking charge of the phones, as we can't have everybody logging in at the same time. So each table have 2 people designated with the phones to take the QR code, and the page will allow both people to contribute 3 suggestions. So in total, each table will get about 6 suggestions they can put in on what they believe taking action means. Once you've all done that and we have that collected, we're going to take you to a page that shows kind of a word cloud of the words you're suggesting. And when there's a lot of the same word being suggested, it gets really boldened. So we'll get to see how on the same page we all are. So let's try to facilitate that, maybe just 2 people at a table so that we can kind of keep the numbers limited.
S. Advocacy. That one. I think it's very important to taking action, because you need to advocate for what's right and what you believe in.
Thank you. So advocacy, thank you. Yes. Using our voice to make sure that everyone is treated fairly and equal. And Eddie, okay. If you want to stand up, that would be amazing.
A word I see is initiative. I think a lot about the saying, think global, act local. Nuclear weapons and just anything of this scale is such a huge topic, and it affects everyone. And I think taking action doesn't have to necessarily be, I'm going to start a world government. That's not realistic, right? But taking initiative in small ways within your community, taking initiative in to start conversation, anything small can create long-lasting ripple effects like a water drop in a pond.
Thank you. So yes, any social justice movement must have started somewhere. Okay, thank you, everyone. Should we do one more?
We'll take one more.
One
Maybe
more.
Somebody that wants to tie all 3 in together. That's a challenge. You think you can tie all 3 into one thought?
Okay, thank you.
So I think the biggest thing I see there, it's gone now, but the biggest thing I saw there, and I saw a couple times, was change. And I think when we're talking about such a big thing, I think we think change is completely flipping the script, but changes can be anything in this situation. It can be something small, big, but it's just about trying to make a difference for the better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That tied in so well together.
We'll have to have an early goodbye to catch their flight. So our guest from Portland, Oregon, please stand. And let's all thank them for gracing us with their business. And let's hope that we can all keep in touch. Just a quick thing, but in the back of your name tag, there's actually like a sign-up contact list. So for any of the students who want a trip back home, thank you.
Can everybody just take a moment to hear what this group has to say? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christine. We're from the Steinbach Regional. We have like a few priorities that we've got for this year. The first is a call to action for the students in our school because we are from a kind of apolitical town where talking about politics is very stigmatized. So it's very important that we educate students about the importance of voting and invite Elections Canada to register students to the Register of Future Voters. Then second, we hold a monthly movie night because we noticed that students are very visual learners and they love movies. So we hold a monthly movie night where we show a historical film or a movie about some kind of global issue that students can walk away with some sort of important lesson that they've learned from it. And then we have a discussion about the message of the film. And then something that we've been looking at for the past couple years is getting our city council or MLA to endorse the TPNW with ICANN or Mayors for Peace. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, Steinbach Regional. That was wonderful. So if you want to bring your papers just up to the stage over there, just right onto the stage.
Hello, everybody. We're a group of students presenting from Grand Park High School. And essentially what our ideas boil down to is to educate others and increase awareness about these issues of nuclear peace. This can take multiple forms, such as at school, asking people and inviting people to our own presentations, such as the ones we've done here, maybe at lunch or in class. And by doing this, we will increase awareness about these issues and educate our own friends, which we can do through our own conversations and discussions that we can have either in class or outside of it. We can also start initiatives such as clubs for nuclear peace. And this could be in the form of weekly or bi-weekly meetings where we discuss these issues and think about different ways to solve them together as a collective. We could also request things of our teachers, such as field trips to the Human Rights Museum, so that all of us as a class can, as an experience itself, learn more about these issues of peace and ask our teachers to incorporate these topics such as nuclear peace into their curriculums so that during class itself, students will be connected and interact with these topics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Macdonell Collegiate. You want to just hold it a little higher? So, okay, not that high. There you go. Okay. So essentially, kind of going with what Grant Park has said, our goals also kind of boil down to spreading awareness to our fellow students, because students are, if they don't know about it, how can we expect them to really care? So that's what we want to spread awareness. So we have starting a social media account. That's an idea we had. We have various social media accounts for our different clubs at school. So that's a good way, and lots of youth are on social media. Good way to spread awareness. We want to incorporate these ideas into our curriculum. So we'd encourage teachers to incorporate this a little bit into their curriculum. And it's difficult because the curriculum isn't set by the teacher, but just taking an example from our school here, our English teacher chose a text, and she gave us a choice of texts to study, and one of them dealt with similar themes here, and that's actually how I got involved with this, and they're here, the ones who did it. So yeah. History classes as well, looking at the nuclear side of that. So if you're in a Canadian history class, you're talking about World War II, talking about the Manhattan Project, that way. We were also thinking about doing maybe a panel or some kind of TED Talk-esque thing, like inviting speakers, maybe local politicians or experts on the matter to come to your school and talk to interested people, collaborating with other schools on other things in protest type settings. and then holding interactive workshops with multimedia type technology.
Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, looking at all the other people's papers who have presented so far, they all kind of wrote out. We kind of instead did a mind web, mind map, whatever you call it. So one of the big things we did is we wrote out Manitoba representation at like the Youth Nuclear Summit in Ottawa, like especially here, getting different schools here. I know our teacher talked to a teacher from Niverville about, getting person from each school pretty much and sending them to Ottawa, as well as connecting with the school in Japan, making sure that we also kind of send people over there to learn, because that would probably, I feel like it would work well with all of us in agreement with that. And then some other things is they've talked about lowering the voting age in Manitoba to 16. It probably has some kinks, but that was one of our ideas. As well as presenting to the administration of our school division to get it so that it's widespread through our school division. Yeah, that's pretty much the main points to sum it up.
And one more.
Hello. There you go. We're from Lord Selkirk School, and our ideas were acknowledging the ICANN Cities appeal and just educating them with the steps towards nuclear peace, posting info on school Instagram pages and creating an Instagram account for nuclear peace, and just again getting the word out there. I know everyone has social media for the most part within schools, so it's a really good way to get the information out there and educate people on it, as well as writing to papers about if you're maybe your politicians aren't responding to you, aren't taking action. Writing to papers is an option and is a possibility to again get the word out and take some action. So we have put as our final thoughts, connecting with your local reps and potentially writing to the papers, and then educating peers, youth, and the community on the steps that need to be taken to reach nuclear peace and disarmament. Thank you.
Okay. To similar goals, and Avinash right now is just typing it out. But again, I just want to reiterate, thank you so much for participating and for voting. Your vote matters. Each and every single one of these bullets were counted and mattered. And so everyone's had it's very interesting how you kind of had similar ideas, but also some very unique ones that we will also all keep in mind. So a lot of people voted for collaborating with UNESCO conferences or any other kinds of, and here we have creating school groups. So we kind of put that together as networking and conferences as your second top goal. And lastly, we saw the ICANN Cities Appeal / pledge in this. Sorry, I have a really bad memory, so I'm just trying to remember where everything is. It was, I believe here. Okay, ICANN Cities Appeal from, I believe this was Steinbach Regional. Okay, so thank you again for brainstorming together your goals. Now that we've voted our top 3, not to make us all accountable for it, but your vote matters, you've made a decision, and now, not that we're expecting a lot of things, but we are now that we're all encouraged, we have the energy, we had the autonomy to vote for the top 3, so now we're gonna do the action planning. So let's just start with number 1, the nuclear peace education.
Okay, it's taken a while to get here, but I'm finally getting the mic. And there's been a reason why I'm super excited about this, is because I am so concerned about everybody's ability to achieve their goal that I'm going to give you a secret weapon, okay? And I wholeheartedly believe in this, and so if you don't, well, that's okay, you're allowed to. So what we need to do, first of all, what I did was I pulled out my phone, and thanks to a gentleman that I met earlier, Mr. Thiessen, Dr. Thiessen, who will be presenting here later tonight, he got me thinking about the wealth of resources that we have at our disposal to solve problems, namely AI. So what I did was, about 10 minutes ago, I sat down and I said, I've got 160 students that are part of the Youth Nuclear Peace Summit in Winnipeg, and I would like to know what we can do and the timeline associated with reducing the threat of nuclear weapons in the world. Okay? And so one of the things that we have to think about, and ChatGPT came up with, which we are all trying to do, but we're a little bit discombobulated at times, is it's telling us what literally the next step is. And if you bear with me for a minute, I'll explain to you why that is such a good next step. But what it tells us to do is we have to get behind this education idea that we've got right now with a cohesive set of words that will align people and align everybody to our cause. Because if I was to say, let's get rid of nuclear weapons, I'm going to divide people right in half. Okay? You're going to have people that say nuclear weapons are what cause stability in the world. So we've got the ability to keep them. We want to keep them because they're keeping it stable. And then you got the other side that says, yes, but that's so terrible. And the two sides will never meet. So what we need to do is we need to think about phrasing that unites everybody together on one cause that will be the first step towards the reduction of nuclear weapons. So it made this mention, and this was great because this was something that we had all talked about. It talked about education, and ChatGPT suggested that, and we thought of that, so we're as smart as AI is currently, but we're discombobulated where ChatGPT isn't. ChatGPT is digital, it's mathematical, and it's sequential. So we need to recombobulate ourselves. So my suggestion to us is that we put a timeline on creating a phrase that will bring people together under the cohesive group movement towards reducing nuclear weapons. And one of the ways that just one idea that I came up with was, instead of saying let's ban nuclear weapons, because that's divisive, we need to say something more along the lines of, let's reduce the threat of nuclear annihilation. Like, if you think about that, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Right? Does anybody want to be nuclear annihilated? I mean, we're all the let's ban them group, but I think if we were to walk out on the street and say, is anybody interested in nuclear annihilation? Yeah, hey, you over there. You nuclear, good? Yeah. No, they're going to say no. So we have to consider as well that this is also a tactic that politicians use, right? If you go back to 2008 and you think about Obama, does anybody remember Obama's phrase that united people to vote for him? Anybody want to yell it out if they remember? Say it again, I heard it. Yes, we can, right? Yes, we can. That's a very uniting phrase, okay? And for better or for worse, Trump did the same thing. He united a bunch of people under the idea of like MAGA, okay? And I don't want to bring up either of these two sides because they're going to divide us, but we have to think to ourselves, what's the uniting language that we can all agree on? And my suggestion is that's what we go with. That's my 2 cents. Good luck.
Thank you. If we can get some reflection.
So this is my first summit, and coming here, I really did not have too much knowledge of nuclear threat. I just knew like nukes were bad and that's it. But I didn't have, like, it's kind of crazy to think that I came here but I didn't have too much care about it. But coming out of here now, I'm actually like interested in the topic. And as some of us were talking about, I think it was from that table there about apathy, and some people might just not care about things. And I think it, like, I'm proof of you can break the barrier of caring about something. That's it.
Hi, I'm Gab, and this is Claire. We're from Rock University High School in Wisconsin. And personally, I think it's just a really nice takeaway to see a room full of people, because at our school, there's a class called CIF, and only 8 people out of the 100 people at our school participate. So it's just nice to see a room full of people that are as dedicated as we are.
And I'd like to add on to that too with the fact that just our community in general is just, again, pretty apathetic to this topic in general. We live in a pretty small town and just a very rural area, and in those areas it's hard to see a lot of people fighting for change. But again, being in this room with so many like-minded people is wonderful. And just to kind of advertise a little bit, if you like that, then I'd talk to Masako over there, and maybe try to join the Critical Issues Forum, because that that happens yearly, where you can talk and present and basically just interact with people from all different countries and places. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I love hearing all of this. Do we have any other reflections?
Hi, everyone. I just want to say it's my first time attending this summit, and we're the only university here, but it's just incredible to see how we all have our own different stories, but we have this shared sense of humanity towards this one cause and issue. And it's incredibly beautiful, and it gives me a lot of hope, because it shows me that this is not just something that we're talking about as a hypothetical, but we understand that we are responsible for our future and for now. And I just want to say that I think we should all be really proud of ourselves and proud of each other, because it takes a lot to even show up and have these conversations and feel comfortable having these conversations. So yeah, just... Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Hideo from Japan. First, thank you for giving such an opportunity. This is first time to go to Canada and join such an amazing summit. So I'm so happy to meet guys. So because I was able to tell my thought about nuclear weapon, and yeah, getting great opinion about nuclear weapons. So yeah, I'm so happy. And yeah, I learned about the importance of use. So we will create a new era. So yeah, I'm so happy, because yeah, everyone wants to abolish nuclear weapon. So we are the hope. So let's change the world.
Thank you for this great opportunity. It is the first time to go to overseas for me, and yeah, so it was at first. So I was so nervous to talk with people and yeah, my friend. But everyone talks to me so very kindly, and yeah, I can make friends so many. Yeah, so I appreciate for you. And Yeah, and thank you for telling my our experience and our education. And so yeah, it was so amazing opportunity for me. Yeah, we must achieve the nuclear abolition, and we have a great power. Yeah, we are the youth, so we have a great power to achieve the nuclear abolition. Yeah, let's take action together. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Everyone's comments resonated. Also, my first time here. I do feel like for the first time there is change. I don't want to say I lost hope in the youth, but over the past few years I felt less hopeful just because I felt like people cared less, and then this is the first time I feel like people care. So thank you for caring for once. You know, it's really nice to have people care and like actually want to live with other people, like work together and like actually live together on Earth. We are all together on Earth, no matter how far apart we are. Like I know I live like thousands of miles away from you guys, realistically, over in Toronto. So it's funny how like we're so far away and we are so aligned, and even if we're like 10 years apart, it's still the same thing. We all just care, and that's the beauty of being human. So I'm really grateful to be alive in this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have one more here. You can be our last reflection for the day.
So my name is Shafia, and I came here with Windsor Park Collegiate. And this is our first time attending something like this. And just, I think the one word that comes away from this whole experience is feeling inspired, because our school doesn't teach us so much about any of these issues. And I think even hearing other students present their thoughts has inspired me and Haley to go back to our schools and teach other students, because that's what we're doing here, from students to students. And I think when we get on that level and teach each other, that's what gets the biggest impact. So I think that was the biggest takeaway for me, Haley, and Windsor Park Collegiate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for everybody for one more. Okay, one more, and then we're gonna go on to our next part.
So this is my first summit. So like just seeing everybody here and just how like diverse everybody is just kind of shocking to me. I expected like a lot of Canadians, obviously, because it's Winnipeg, but I didn't expect to see Japanese and other Americans and other people just from across the world, and just a lot of people all trying to make a common idea of no nukes. And I just think that's kind of cool to see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for the reflections that you've given. This all means so much. We're going to go on to sharing some appreciations now.
And like what you've shared already, we are now reaching up into the universities, and I'm positive we'll get more universities, and we're reaching across borders and across oceans. We will reach. There's no denying that. I can feel it in my heart, because people are starting to, before, and I've told a few people, we were reaching out. Now they're reaching in. They are contacting us. What you're doing here, you might think, oh, it's not that important. It is super important. I know you've heard this over and over and over again. And the reason why is now you have found your voice. You will become, the more you use your voice, you will become fearless. Fearless in knowing that you're doing the moral and correct thing for humanity. You will be able to open doors, and people will open doors for you. You have people here that are already trying to connect with you. You have people here that want to make sure there's a network that continues your work. Now, this work doesn't happen just because, you know, a couple old ladies got together. No. Or, we have an inspiring Avanash that seems to be able to keep plodding us on, making sure we're on the right path and the two old ladies don't get caught up in something crazy because we both are a little ADHD. No. The work that is happening is because of numerous volunteers, committee members, but I'm going to give the biggest applause to your teachers. None of this happens without your teacher. Absolutely none of this. Your teachers do not have to do this. They could be thinking about going home and just putting up their feet, or not staying last night, or whatever, or not having to prep for a sub. Yeah, you laugh, right? But that's true, and they know that they had to prep for subs. They don't have to do this work, none of it. After school, meeting with you and trying to help you, encourage you to go in the right direction with maybe your research. They don't have to do it. And we have teachers that care just as much as you do. They want you to be able to stand up on your 2 feet and say what you think. Like within reason. And if you do something, don't say because Estelle said to go out and do stuff. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm covered. No, at my age, I'm not afraid. I'll say whatever I want. And so, but we want to acknowledge the teachers. So can we have the teachers come on the stage right now to be acknowledged?